door. Like faces, like faces.
Hello, DigiDestin. Welcome, one and all, to Azim Learn A Loan Collector Tournament. Today, I am joined by the connoisseur of courage, the Izzy to my Tentamon. Connor, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. I did realize halfway through that intro we don't actually really have a name for this tournament, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? This is like had to do something on the fly.
Yeah.
But we
But
do have some exciting stuff for today.
yeah, we do. And this tournament is a winner box for BT1. There will be another event tomorrow for a 1.5 winner box as well. And it's going to be, I think, 42 players. I think was our final number for check-in.
42 players total for today, and the top four will be going on to the Digital Colosseum's uh, big 1K event. This is a
Yeah.
qualifying event, which is awesome. So we thank them, and we also want to thank Ultimate Guard for sponsoring this stream and tournament.
Yep. Two great sponsors, Ultimate Guard. As you will actually be able to see behind me, are how I'm presenting all of my Digimon decks in their matching coloured deck boxes because they do that and they look great. As we see the die roll here, as we get into round one, a matchup that I think a lot of people will be familiar with, but more so from before now. of
In the before times,
Yeah, in the why is hidden potential discovered allowed? Why is this a card that we could just play four of? Um, times, as we'll be seeing a green, which I don't know what it's just green. It's just good green things up against a more traditional rookie rush as we see Rambo Scoob get us underway.
very true. And now both players are raising their Digimon up, and then we're seeing it go into Galgamon, which is always such a happy Digimon.
Yeah,
I,
just it's also a cheap. It's a super cheap evolution, right? So Digivolution, so it's like you get going pretty aggressively with it,
mm,
and it just seems to be real. Look, punching the sky.
yeah, for a giant rabbit with machine guns on its hands, you know, like it's such a I love that entire Terramon evolution line.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, like with Rookie Rush, one of the advantages is obviously it's cheap and it can hit hard, well, hit quick,
Hmm.
and do a lot of damage. But Green can have that controlness. Like you've got Flower Cannon in there, which is probably one of the best outs to Rookie Rush.
Yeah, we see the hard play Argamon here as well. Um, just to kind of be able to put counter pressure on, right? If the rookie rush gets going, being able to trade off a few of the rookies, just getting into your own wide board, can be
Mm,
really beneficial. Also, to be honest, a 5k swing into security at this point is still really strong. He's probably going to survive. As we see the first
yeah,
attack into security, into a 5k, and there goes
Pogamon.
the first Gomamon.
I have such fond memories of that Gomamon seeing it get Gaia forced, and I was traumatized in one of the first tournaments I ever cast for the game. Seeing Gomamon get Gaia forced, and it turned out to be the correct play as well, which was insane. I was just like, what? But yeah, so now we see Galgamon coming out again. Like if he swings with those rookies, he's on the position to come back in and delete them via battle.
Yeah, so Rookie Rush just trying to set up the board. This is kind of the early game for Rookie Rush, right? Try and chip in a few little bits of damage here and there. You know nothing's going to stick, so you might as well get some. But we're now going to go into the level 5 Argamon.
The one-off, which is always nice to see. And then Cherrymon.
And, Cherrymon is actually a card that didn't see a lot of play pre-Hidden Potential being restricted, right? But
Mm.
against Rookie Rush, this is so strong. Like,
Oh
the
yeah, like
only thing that swings over this now is the Puppetmon.
yeah, that's true. Looking at the deck list, yeah. So Cherrymon is basically what you're gonna do about it.
Outside of being able to go into your Positron laser, but that's a lot of memory to give green.
Mm.
3 memory to give green can. Well, I mean, I've had turns where I've ended the turn at 3 memory with green. So this is going to be a big challenge for for him to get through. But we do see double Hammer Spark come down and go
Well,
into
and
the
there's
puppet.
the Puppetmon.
Going to now rest the Cherrymon so we can swing over it next turn.
Yeah. Puppetmon is just probably one of my favorite cards for this card game. It's so good.
Yeah.
It can earn its spot in any deck, really. In my opinion, it's just one of those great tech cards that just makes any deck better.
Well, that's the cool thing with the deck, with the card is, and to be honest with the game, is one of the few games that I still, that I'm involved with where you can genuinely have a card that you can just splash into anything and it's probably correct.
Yeah.
Right. As we see the Mega
really good way
Gargamon come back and go, but how about you don't swim with that Puppetmon and I swing with that over the Puppetmon? Of kind of the back and forth we're going to see now. So Rocky Rush didn't get a lot of early pressure in, and we're now going to see green do what it does best, which is kind of counter flood the board.
Yeah, all that memory left exposed from the Puppetmon play has now been capitalized on by green's cheapness.
Yeah, like there's a lot of checks coming back the other way.
Which is why the Digimon card game is such a nice ebb and flow, right? Like, as much as you can put on the pressure with what you drop, you have to worry about that memory management and what your opponent can do in retaliation.
As we see,
and there's a Digimon.
The next swing come in, and here goes.
And we're going to build a sandcastle into a mushroom, which will delete it. Poof.
And another 3.
3 on 3, I think. I think that's an Electmon. I could be wrong.
I see Shine. Not as in Shine Greymon, I just see...
Shine Greymon coming down. Oh, and another Puppetmon. Back-to-back Puppetmons. You feel bad. It's such a good lock and keep your opponent in check. So that is actually really good.
Yeah, I mean...
And resting the Agumon there.
Yeah, it just puts green in a position going, well, I hope you somehow manage to make this Agumon into something.
Hopefully that last security is Flower Cannon.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what you need right now.
And it's that ability to go puppet into puppet. Like those are the games where you can be really aggressive with the first puppet.
Oh, and hits a puppet from the security stack. Oh.
So there's now just a Goblimon. Who also gets traded down.
Leomon, yeah. Oh, but he answers with his own Puppetmon, resting that Puppetmon.
It's just puppets everywhere.
Puppets galore, man. Are we marionettes? No, wait. Are we? Yeah.
This is just madness. As we see the hatched Ooper, the only rookie that you'll ever play in Rookie Rush, I think.
In blue, right? In Rookie Rush, yeah.
In a blue Rookie Rush, you play Ooper. Drawing some cards, but
oh my, that's all 4 Puppetmon from the blue player there. That is insane. 3 back-to-back puppet, technically 4.
This Mega Gargamon hasn't ever stood.
He's just been like, I'm here. I'm here.
It's been. So, are we going to see another Puppetmon back the other way again?
I mean, you kind of need it, right? Like, that is your saving grace right now.
Looking at the list, he only actually plays that one of Puppetmon.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
So, he needs to have Flower Cannon be lost security?
Yeah. I don't think there is another route to it, unfortunately.
No, and this is the one of the more tough things with the Digimon card game, right? You get to these situations and you're like, well, do I just have to pray for security?
It comes down to it. The heart of the Digidestin's cards.
Yeah, plays the Mimi.
That's Mimi. We got Mimi played. Our naming convention was correct. Green stuff with Mimi.
Yeah. Goes in.
Does not survive.
No, that was probably unlikely. But it's a small hand too. It's only what, 4 cards, 5 cards?
Dropping a Woodmon, so it's 1 block, but
Yeah, 3 attacks coming in anyway.
yeah, really gotta hope it's a Flower Cannon.
Yeah, if it's Flower Cannon, then it's game the other way, but that's a lot of faith to be putting into 1 card insecurity, especially because he's only playing a 1 of the Flower Cannon.
There's only playing the one of the Puppetmon, and he found the Puppetmon there, so fingers crossed. Oh,
Okay.
and he's just rested the blocker. So it really does need to be Flower Cannon here. Is it?
It's
No,
not.
it's unfortunately Mimi, and that is game 1 to
Yeah.
the Rookie Rush player, which had back to back Puppetmon, and we did actually see the 4th one in the Security. So that there were all the Puppetmons possible, right? Because
Yeah.
Green is only playing 1, so that was 5 Puppetmons technically in 1 game, which you love to see it. You love to see it.
That was a proper puppet back and forth. Like the rest of the cards in that game kind of didn't matter.
Yeah, it literally did come down to that Puppetmon being able to keep rookies at bay, which was perfect. But just the overwhelming might of the megas, right?
Yeah, and it's one of those a card that's that good to be able to force its way into a Rookie Rush deck, right? The Rookie Rush, this low to the ground, super aggressive strategy. The fact that you can play a 10-drop
Yeah.
and you want to play a 10-drop tells you how good Puppetmon is. Like no other deck would want to do that. Well, most aggressive decks can't do that because why would you want to waste a spot? But they're just so strong.
Yeah, it's the same with we don't see it as much nowadays, but the Seadron players like just those really nice big drops that can change the game and have really powerful effects. I think that is one of my favorite things about the Digimon card game is seeing those cards when they come down and how they do interact. Because you're right, like in resource-based games, you're like, ooh, do I want to give my opponents so much? But when it's worth it, like, yeah, you've got to go for it, right?
Well, and it's also like it gives rise to things like Megazoo, right?
Yes.
Like the fact that you could just go bang, here's a big thing, deal with it.
Megazoo is a huge example of when big boys go ham.
And we're actually having a little look at the deck list earlier. We saw quite a lot of Megazoo today, so everyone tuned in. Make sure you keep an eye out for some of that as we continue.
I absolutely love Megazoo as a concept when it was first coming around in Japan, when we were running events for it. And yeah, just seeing like, wait, this makes no sense. And then just seeing it work and you're like, oh no, this makes total sense. It's like it was a beautiful thing to see. And it's like, yeah, it is something truly unique to the card game that you can go on both ends of the curve and it still be effective in both ways.
Yeah, so we'll see the Rookie Rush player get basically what looks like an ideal start now. The Elecmon for 0 plus the 5k 2-cost coming down into basically a just the mushroom Indiegogo.
Nice. Does he have the Algamon? Possibly.
He'll want to try and get a little bit aggressive here, or at least have something on board. He may want to go wider as well, as we see the camera slightly fall over.
Yeah, so that's a Floramon, I think. Is it Floramon?
I think it's an Auroromon, yeah.
That's the one.
It is.
Gotta love our Petley pals.
There's just so many of them. As we see another one, Blossomon coming down on the other side. Such a strong downloader as well, being able to make itself free. So you can just use it to cycle 1 card from the top of the deck if you really want to, or obviously the combos with Ceresmon.
Yeah, very true. And we do know he has got the Ceresmon ready. Ready and waiting in the deck.
Playing the 3 copies. But not really a board state for Ceresmon yet. You need to try and get into a position where you can have multiple downloads.
That is
and
true.
Start trading things off.
And just plopping in the little Algamon there.
Well, the Algamon offers a nice trade over the Elec, right? Or like you can just crash it into the Elecmon at the very least.
Yeah,
so,
and it gets rid of a problem.
Yeah, especially because that Upamon is going to also draw cards, which the more cards you give
Oh,
Rocky Rush.
there is the Ceresmon
Well,
speaking.
okay, we dealt with the problem.
The big birdie plant dealt with the problem. And then
It swings for
this swing
5k and
does
survives.
not delete. Poof. Which can be dealt with on the return.
Yeah, though as Rookie Rush, anytime you get anything to survive, like
That's
anything
huge.
at all, it's just so good because that means that your 2 memory cost has traded for 2 security in most cases, or at least 1 security and an attack. So it's an extremely strong card, as we see the Mushroomon into another Arurumon as well. Rookie Rush looking like it's mostly gone green this time, being the eco-friendly version as opposed to the blue version. Gaining the extra memory, going to 3.
Mm-hmm. Maximizing out into a Vegemon. Nice. A really cheap Digivolution with a really good star line.
It is also most likely going to survive swings into security now, even though you kind of want to trade off as much of this board as possible. If you have no way to rest anything else, you can at least probably survive a swing into security to try and race back. It does look like there's no rookie, though, in hand.
And it survives.
Yeah, I couldn't see what it was, but it lived.
And then you're clearing up the board. Okay, interesting.
I think that makes a lot of sense here with 3 security left, 3 possible attacks the next turn.
Yeah.
As we'll see now, just the hard evolution, no Digisorption this time to pass the turn on 1 memory.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not terrible, but we know he's running Hammer Spark, so that could change in an instant.
Mm-hmm.
The Electron won't survive it? Oh, no.
It's a Mushroomon, and the Arurumon doesn't. That's actually kind of important. But it is also important to say that that's the one of Agumon that lets you rush back. That was in security and now gone. So not an awful lot of counter pressure available.
Not for green. So he really does need to start getting that chain, getting those cards from deck, and really. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's
all about controlling the board here now. But this is also a prime puppet turn.
It is a prime puppet turn. Like if the Rookie Rush player can drop the Puppetmon, that's kind of huge. But we also if you want to build that defense, you need those Cherrymons and Woodmons to be coming out of the woodwork, so to speak. Oh, and there is the Puppetmon.
This
you can
Puppetmon's
have all
huge.
the memory in the world.
You need to get into multiple blockers here. There are 2 attacks. I don't think there's anything on the Digi in the raising area. I think that's just an Upamon.
Yeah, it's just Upmon and Tannimon.
So, green player now looking to get into as many blockers as possible, basically.
You've got to, right? You got to.
But even though that's a full-looking hand, there was no snap play of a rookie, right? If you have a rookie, like a 0-cost rookie, you play it just to draw. And we see none of that here. Maybe he only has the 1 rookie and has to maybe go into Woodmon, hard play the rookie, then Digivolve. But
yeah, it's an unfortunate situation to be in, especially with 6, 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, it looks like he has a lot of things, or should have a lot of things. But looking at the list is kind of split. There's 3s ofs, 1 ofs. There's only 1 Woodmon.
Oh,
1
wow.
Cherrymon. It's not a deck that's necessarily super focused on being consistent getting into your blockers, because in a lot of matchups you don't need to. You run over your opponent. You're trying to be the aggressor.
It just so happens that it was an immovable object meets a Rookie Rush.
Yeah. You don't get much more aggressive than Rookie Rush, especially not when they keep hitting their puppets like this. Hitting the puppets means that even your outs, your blocker outs, don't matter. If they can chain 2 puppets into you, you've lost.
Ooh,
hard playing.
Rapidmon.
And we see the hidden potential.
So we can go straight in here. Nope.
Into a Ceresmon.
Nice. Okay.
So it was a free Ceresmon, but what, what are we doing with it? Hard play, pass on 1, but that will
Wow.
almost certainly be game here outside of the one-off Flower Cannon again.
Yeah.
Now we see the rookie last swings the puppet first.
And is it Flower Cannon?
It is!
Oh, it is Flower Cannon! Oh, the one card he needed to stay in this game. But does he have another Puppetmon?
Well, if he does, even high rolling the Flower Cannon. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
And that is game. There, I don't foresee a way out of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's something in raising, right? There's a single thing in raising, and nothing can block right now.
Exactly.
Okay, we see the 0-cost Argamon just to start cycling the cards immediately. It's actually something that still takes some getting used to, coming from Pokemon, my main game. I don't get to search my deck, but I do get to draw it a lot. As we see the Argamon come down for 2. This was actually not one of the cards that was played in the original version of Green early on in the 1.5 format. Found its way in since the restrictions.
Yeah, it's not a bad card in its own right, but obviously pre-restrictions, it wasn't really needed.
I mean, now it's all about finding your Digisorption stuff every single turn.
And there is a Pokemon return there, but it. Oh, yeah,
no, I don't know actually, right? Because there's a lot of attacks coming through if he gets to stand next turn.
Yeah, like,
and he has the Woodmon.
Yeah, the Woodmon will block here. Yeah, and a Puppetmon play would end the turn. So
yeah,
yeah. So I think you
can swing in to force the block, and then Woodmon. Because then everything is rested outside of the Argamon that can come out of raising.
Yeah,
but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
That's going to be really interesting.
There's what, 6 potential attacks coming in next turn?
A lot of Digivolve in there, maybe trying to find that Puppetmon.
Swings the 5k, and I mean, you have to block. You can't not block.
Yeah.
If you don't block here, you lose. So you have to block with the Woodmon. It's not like he's trying to entice the block.
Yeah, like
trying to force a misplay. Oh no, he's attacking over
he's swinging the Gargamon.
Interesting. I mean, there's still 6 attacks to 4 security, so
yeah. And just passing on 1. Wow. Okay, I think Green is going to take this.
Green might be able to take this back then. Finding that one of Puppetmon seems.
Unless he's hoping for Hammerspark in security.
Maybe, but the restanding of the rested Blossomon with the Argamon under it gets him to 2.
True, so he'd only go to 0, so he would need Hammerspark.
He needs to just swing here and just. I think Green swings here. You can even trade, but well, you can't because there's 2. There's at least is it 2 at the back? Yeah, 2 at the back for.
Yeah, you need to just go for the security here.
Yeah, so we're going to see the 12 into security first from Ceres. Well, that's actually a lot more than 12.
Ceres will survive.
As will Puppet.
Oh, this is looking good.
Here comes Blossom. Now it's fine. He can hit Hammerspark here and he's still fine.
Doesn't matter if you Hammerspark. That is game. Yeah, Green takes it. 1-1, guys.
Wow, what a comeback.
Wow, insane. 1 Woodmon, even with the back-to-back puppets. Wow. Like, we said it at the start in our game 1. The Puppetmon is just such a playmaker in this game. It makes a difference. Yeah, I that was such a good comeback for Green there.
Yeah, I mean, finding the 1 of is not, it's not terribly likely. But in both games so far, we've seen, well, in that game, we saw the 1 of Flower Cannon save him, and into the 1 of Puppetmon for the counter swing, which was insane.
You love to see the Flower Cannon from security, and the fact that it's a 1 of, it makes it even more sweeter.
I will correct that. Depending on which side of the table you're sat on, you love to see the Flower Cannon in security.
That is a very good point.
I have been on the receiving end of that far too many times for my liking.
I can
um,
get behind that. I can get behind that.
so no, the flower cannon and the Puppetmon, the two one-offs from the list. Well, I say two one-offs. There's actually multiple other one-offs in the list, but those are the two standouts. Really putting in a lot of work there, as we see, setting up now for game 3. It'd be interesting to see if Rookie Rush wants to go first here. You know, you can't play as many cards, but you immediately get pressure on the board.
Yeah, I think that's the most like considering your matchup. I think that's the most beneficial way of doing it is just getting those pressures in as much as possible.
And we draw to get us started. Upamon has been hatched, which means it was indeed the Rookie Rush player going first. I like that as well. I do the same thing of hatch my turn 1 egg, then look at my hand, because it's like there's got to be something in here. As we
And we
see,
do see a Digivolution.
and a 2-drop passing turn.
And there is the Agumon into Agumon. Getting that draw, all important draw.
Yeah,
No.
first couple of plays almost seem automatic, right? Hatch your egg, play a rookie. Okay, now what?
And puts him on 1 with another Agumon.
Yeah, this could be in a way of kind of counter pressuring a little bit.
It's the is that the All Art Gabumon? I think it is.
It is indeed.
Yeah, very nice card.
We're going to get the draw as well from the.
And that will delete it. Yeah.
The 3K Goblin doing his job, I suppose.
Oh,
and the veggie.
Beautiful. Like, whilst yes, Rookie Rush is getting in that early damage, the fact that they didn't stick is not something Green got lucky with in past 2 games. So it's nice that they're finally getting deleted from his security now.
So draws the cards for turn. And being on 1 here is not so bad because you can kind of now just play a memory choke game and end up with a wider board, which means that you can start trading their stuff off if they swing and survive. Or here playing into like even just going Woodmon here is huge.
Yeah, Woodmon or Cherrymon, realistically, very good players. And so swinging with the Agumon first.
I'm not convinced by that because we know Hammerspark is a card, and that would have just.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I'm just like, what if that was a Hammerspark? We would have been in a real bad position there.
Yeah.
But he got the lucky. He rolled the dice, you know. Sometimes you got to do that.
And he has his one-off Woodmon. It turns out you only need to play 1 of everything.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. Highlander Digimon coming soon.
Ah, so cute.
As we go into the Agumon again. Green seems to have a lot more cycle this game. Has been drawing the rookies.
And yeah, putting him on that 1 memory. Yeah. Although that is 3 attacks this turn. Well, technically 2, because unless he gets to work on, but then no, because then you wouldn't play Puppetmon.
I know. I think you don't play. I don't think you would have played Puppet.
No, it would be a waste. Yeah.
The interesting thing is what order do you want to attack in as well? Because you want to get the Woodmon to block the least important, like the thing that's least likely to survive, right? So you actually want you attacking with your Gabumon, and I think it was a Vegemon, or Mushroomon. I didn't see the other one. And you may not even swing with the 5K this turn, just to leave it on board. Drawing for the Upamon. That opts the block, so gets rid of the potential draws for next turn.
I think that's smart.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
The 5 goes in, survives.
Does survive, yeah.
I mean, it's okay because you can probably trade over it. Sarasmon was a bit much. Yeah.
Sarasmon will do that.
And with just the 1 memory, not a lot to work with here. Can just drop something. Yep, and we'll just see another 2-drop come down. Playing the kind of the memory choke game that these decks can play. Going up to 2 though. Raising Agumon quite a big hand for green too.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what he's got because obviously, like you said, the memory choke is real right now. But the one advantage green has is things are very cheap.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get 2-drop into cherry, if you can go like 2 cost 4 or something, cheap 4 into Cherrymon here, that's pretty good. You can either, yeah, I like this. The veggie lets you swing over, and keep your blocker up for next turn. I actually don't know if I would swing with a Gobbly here though. I think I'd be tempted to leave it up.
Yeah, keep it safe for next turn. But no, okay, I guess risk it for a chocolate biscuit. Oh, it's to Davis.
See, that's a good reason not to swing with it there.
That is
Though,
gonna hurt.
though now we see the kind of the downside, as it were, to a memory tamer. In that your opponent, like green, suddenly goes, "Oh, cool! I can drop something that costs 4 now, and it's free."
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
It kind of opens up the middle part of the memory gauge to just be a little bit more aggressive. Which green has 3 swings next turn.
That is,
Right?
yeah. So he could easily and comfortably drop a card here that he might not have been wanting to play.
You can go into a 5 here for free because you might as well, and then you're actually threatening lethal. Like you're threatening game next turn because you'll have 4 attackers to their 3 life. So, yeah, I like that. Go into the Gargamon. Sure, you give him the extra memory, but he's not dealing with your board anytime soon.
Exactly right. Like currently, lethal isn't on board for the rookie rush player, so put all that pressure on while you can. Force the Puppetmon.
Yeah, I mean, forcing a Puppetmon from a deck that plays 4, it's not an ideal play.
No, but it's better than nothing, I guess.
As we see, I don't see what. Yeah, and now we see the puppet resting. I assume the Gargamon. Oh no, okay, going to try and swing over the Woodmon instead. Get rid of the blocker. But this is why I like the Gargamon, right? Now you keep something up that can do something this turn.
And you have all the memory in the world to play with here.
And it's a 5, right? Like, and it's a 4, right? So it's not beyond the realms of possibility to go into your ultimate, into your mega of choice.
Exactly.
Like if you can hit a Mega Gargamon here, that's actually really strong. So again, it looks like a pretty full hand too. It's like what, 6, 7 cards?
Yeah, that's 7. Or maybe 8. Math is hard.
So plenty of options available.
Just gotta think it out, right? Like, I mean, Cherrymon in hand would be really helpful.
I'm trying to think. I actually kind of like if you have the play to go something like any of your ultimates into Metal Gargamon here, rest the puppet. I really like that because yes, okay, they get another swing in next turn, but they only do they have 2 attacks? They have 2 attacks because there's something.
Oh yeah, because of the raising area. Yeah.
So that wouldn't be enough here. You're going to have to look for a blocker, I guess. Blossomon, no digital option because you might need to keep it open. But I don't know if there's a way to get there. Again, outside of the last security being Flower Cannon 2 games in a row. There's the Mega Gargamon. Rest the puppet, but there are 2 attacks there, so you just have to hope somehow that this is the second Flower Cannon.
Gotta hope. Roll the dice, hope it is a Flower Cannon. And so we have the swing.
In goes the Vmon.
No, it is not, and that is game.
Yeah, that is end of actually a really interesting series. Like, game 1, it looked like Rookie Rush was just going to run away with it. Game 2, same thing, then Flower Cannon happened.
And in game 3, it was nice back and forth, and it was just, again, coming down to that Puppetmon being able to just keep those things down.
Yeah, and it's that game we didn't see the multiple Puppetmon. We just saw one clutch Puppetmon come in.
Yeah.
But we also saw that in game 2 for the green player. Like hitting cards at the right time in Digimon is actually really important, and actually what separates the good decks from the bad decks in a lot of the cases. If there are a lot of cards which are objectively strong,
Mm.
but you have to hit them on the turn you want them. If you miss them then, well, you might as well not be playing them at all.
Yeah.
And we saw the Puppetmons there were just every single time the Puppetmon came down, it affected the board in a really major way, which ended up in a really interesting series.
Mm. You love to see it, really. Like the utility of Puppetmon in a deck that you would think that's counterintuitive. Like Rookie Rush is small, quick, fast, aggro,
Mhm.
and then you're dropping this big bad boy that will pass the turn, but it, like you said, it just does so much. When you drop it, it can change the game.
Well, it's the opposite of purple. So anyone who's watching, I don't like purple, because it's an expensive card, but it's proactive, right? It does something that swings the tempo of the board to you immediately, because you basically get a turn where you've frozen them on what they were. So you develop, play puppet, and then you're ahead on board. Purple doesn't. Purple just removes their things and doesn't necessarily help you develop behind it. And that's where Puppetmon's so strong. Is it's a 10k body, but also freezes their board. So you can just go, okay, any of your blockers, I can rest it, trade over it next turn, and then everything else is free to just get you.
Yeah,
It's great. It's such a strong
it-
card.
one of the best. It's not Gaia Force, but it's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, there's arguments that it's better than Gaia Force because it deals with wider boards.
That is true. Yeah, like
Um,
it's more splashable than Gaia Force, that's for sure.
Sure. But it's going to be an interesting series to see how that plays out throughout the day. There's a lot of green. I didn't see that much Rookie Rush going through the deck lists off the top of my head.
No, I
But
think there was one or two, maybe a third one with a slightly different variant. But
yeah,
for the most part, there was a lot of green. There is one shine. No, we saw a few more shines actually.
We
I just
did.
couldn't count. I was just like, oh wait, it's that one person. Nope, no, there are more. I just got really fixated on the one shine green one deck. So I'm hoping to see shine. Shine's one of my favorite decks in the game, and one of my favorite Digimon altogether, really.
I mean, it's sat behind me in pride of place, so you can't. It's slightly off camera, but there it is. It's ready. It's ready
a
to
beauty.
go.
It is a beauty.
So we will be back shortly with round 2. I think we still have about 15 minutes left on this round, plus any extra time. So we will be back shortly with round 2. So don't forget to like the stream and hit subscribe whilst you're waiting. And thank you.
Check out our sponsors.
Yeah, and check out our sponsors. So it's the Digital Colosseum, who are doing a 1K tournament for Digimon coming up. The top 4 of this tournament qualify. And Ultimate Guard, premium protection. They'll like me for using their tagline. And they just do great products to look after all your stuff, right? So
It's true.
grab a look.
That hive is one of my favorite things to ever exist ever.
It's so useful. Of like, I don't know what deck to take today. I'll take all of them. And off you go.
Cool.
So we will be back after this break.
Awesome. And welcome back to Azim's Learn Collector tournament for a winner box and also the top 4 qualifier for the Digital Colosseum 1K event in July. I'm joined by my Izzy to my Tentamon. Connor, how are we doing, sir?
I am very good as we get underway in a matchup that is somewhat of a mystery to me because I couldn't find the one deck list. And it is a black rag versus deck of something or other.
That's judging by it's blue. It's potentially Vmon related.
It looks Rookie Rushy.
It does. It's got. We do have to give it points for the playmat though. There is a house back, and there is a Davis. Davis, and gets the Vmon there to hand.
Yeah, the early Vmons in this deck are just so good because, like we were saying in the game before, right? If you get something to stick, you're real happy.
Mhm.
Oh my! If you like with the guaranteed stick with the Vs, it's insane. Though there are quite a few blockers out already for the rag player. That is one of the benefits of playing one of the black decks. Everything's a blocker.
Yeah, I will see your Rookie Rush and raise you a blocker.
The looks of the Demi Vmon there makes me think that this is not actually a Rookie Rush, but instead a Impale Dramon.
It could well be, yeah. Hopefully we'll get some epic Impale Dramon action.
Could be an Impale Dramon. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, because there is the Pile Dramon, and of course the best Gomamon in the game. Because look at it, it's building a sandcastle. How can you not like that card? It's just beautiful until it gets Gaia Forced. I still am shook at that happening. It literally is one of my favorite memories of this game. Is just seeing someone 4/8 Gaia Force it, just nuke it off the field.
I mean, sometimes you got to send a message.
You do. So yeah, black just building up nicely there in the raising area, but often having the Gardramon on the board isn't a bad thing either, to be honest. I do like the Gardramons. And we get the black tie coming down as well.
Yeah, black tie actually a really strong card in this. Just makes it just really hard for your opponent to kind of do anything.
Yeah, it's like, well, now what?
Like I've got all these jammers, but that doesn't matter if they run into something. You know, this Imperial, like I assume that Vmon is headbutting things because that's what the card art makes me think.
Yeah, it's just like a V headbutt. And that's Grizzlemon. Nice.
And you know, headbutting a rock thing, probably going to leave a mark on your own head. So
yeah, do not go around headbutting rocks. That's some life lessons you can learn.
And we see now the Dino Beamon as well. So the Rag player kind of doing what Rag does of just slow the game down, although at least the black variant can do, right? Slow the game down a little bit and then just build a big thing.
A big thing that will hit you hard and mercilessly.
Mercilessly. That's the one. As we see the Krez Garurumon come down.
In the nice alternate shiny version. Ah, so
and
beautiful.
What was revealed? Interesting.
There's another one there, but yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty difficult decision. Like it depends on your hand a lot there, right? Like if you have something that you know that you want to evolve that from that Durandamon into, go for it. Like this would be if you had the Alter S in hand, you probably consider the Durandamon here because you can just go into that. Did you evolve a load of stuff and then next turn just start swinging in
and just going ham? Yeah, absolutely. But we'll see what happens. Both players just not budging an inch.
Yeah, this is going to be an explosive finish to this game, right? Like they're both setting up, and once they get set up, they're going to go off.
Yeah, 100%. And so there you go. Just a simple playing a Vmon and passing. Not the most ideal of plays, unfortunately, but and we didn't see him raise into a champion either.
No, that's true. So maybe starting to run out of things in hand, and is just going to have to just
Oh.
swing all out.
But it's met with the word.
The Raj Ludamon,
Thank
right?
you. Yeah.
Yeah, remembering all the
Pronunciation.
variations of some of these is difficult.
Pronunciation is fun.
I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. I've literally not watched like half the series of the anime. I'm
Now
trying.
we're swinging in here with Cress.
Might as well. Big old 11k smacks down the 6.
Sorry, Grizzlymon, you're not going to stick around or do much with that.
And now we go into the Joe as well.
A really efficient tamer for 2, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I do really like Joe. Adds a lot of value to the deck. And is, like, it kind of... I don't want to say it's on curve, because it's kind of lower than most things in the deck, but, like, it's just a really good play, especially at this point in the game.
At this point, you have to kind of say that well, I think at least this feels like a advantage black right now, right? They've got something that can attack every turn and restand. And
exactly.
And that's just going to be able to put enough pressure on to maybe go, look, you have to do something now, Blue, which is why we saw those 2 swings in. One got immediately blocked, the other one deleted.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1k, right? You can very safely take that risk of being like, my security is probably going to delete it. And then they're going to crash Gardramon into Pyldramon there.
Yeah. Dino B goes in now.
Will we see a block here?
No, he's going to trade off the blockers because he has the piercing, right?
So to pierce it makes sense, yeah. So even if he did block it with the second blocker, it wouldn't really make too much of sense, yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing, is all the keywords. Casting this without having like a really clean image is really difficult, because it's like, wait, does this one have piercing, or does this one have this? Blocks the next Vidramon.
Yeah, I mean, right, just kill him while you can, and then take the risk on that, and yeah, it's dead.
Yep. But only down to 2 security, right? Like, the board's gone, admittedly. Blue's board's gone, right? The Imperial one has very little left.
There's a Dynabemon,
he has a Gumamon and his Sandcastle, and that's about it. Because everything else is going to get traded off for sure next turn.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you clean this up easily, right? Like that. Oh, and there's the XVmon.
Okay, so we see the XV.
Gets that restand, which is always nice.
Does have 2 more attacks available.
Oh,
Jamming
sweet.
goes through. So
nice.
There goes the Rag. Are we going to be able to...
Do we see his finish? No?
Well, I don't think there's a way to finish. Like, outside of Hammerspark's second XV, so he has to swing with XV. Hope it survives. Hammerspark's second XV, he can get there. Oh, actually, no. Here he's fine. He swings with the XV. If he has the second XV Hammerspark, he's fine, because he can just restand Dino B, right?
I think so.
At least I think XV doesn't specify color. I actually have never read that part of the card.
So there's the and that's just a Joe, unfortunately. And does he have it? Oh, he doesn't. But still, you've got to answer that now.
Yeah, that's a scary looking board, because okay, you can trade off 3 things,
but as long as one of those gets through, yeah.
I mean, you can keep enough blockers up. You are black. You will be able to.
That is a very fair point. You have got the 2 blockers there already. Oh, Numemon. Oh, hi, you big goop, yeah.
So this is again another really nice turn if you have the Alter S. Just pick up their board, put it in the trash.
Yeah. Alter S says no.
And that probably then would win you the game. It's just and you only give them 2 memory. Oh, 3 from the Davis. So not a bad play if it's available. But if it was available, I think we would have just seen it.
Yeah, you would just go straight for it, right?
So we now start see. So Crest Gurumon starts cleaning up the board. The X Vmon in play still. So there's still 2 attacks available, but there are 2 blockers. The question is, do you just want to swing over one of them preemptively?
I mean, it's tempting, right? It's really tempting.
Trading over it means they can't digivolve off of things, right? It gives them only one place to digivolve.
He puts down another Gardramon.
I think that's probably fine anyway.
Yeah.
If there was a big push from blue last turn, but whether it gets there now is questionable. Only 2 in play, 3 blockers for black.
Yes. And then Goemon building up his sandcastle again.
Do you reckon there's just a beach somewhere with only Gomamon building sandcastles?
Yep. And every time someone deletes it, just another one gets added to this never-ending beach of sandcastles. Just always trying to build it.
He will
Gomamon
finish.
Graveyard. And there's Pyelderon coming down.
Going to the 0. Are they going to? I mean, they can't really swing, right? They haven't got any plus DP on it, and it gets insta blocked.
Yeah, you're just going to get hit into that Gardramon there, and that's just not going to feel good at all. Okay, so passing the turn, Numamon comes out with his goop. Look at it, look at his little goop. You know what? People should put googly eyes on that. I'm just saying.
I think I've actually seen someone has done that. I'm sure I saw that on Twitter. It was great.
Genius.
Okay, now we see the Ludamon. People were kind of so on this idea of reveal X to get an effect cards to start off with. But Ludamon is strong enough, and there are enough hits in the deck that it's worth playing this in particular.
Yeah, it's like we were talking just in our break there about Great Legend and how I really like the Commandramon of just, oh, you deleted me? I'm going to look at the top 3 cards in my deck. Oh, look, another Commandramon.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I love that. I just love black, right? And there we do see the Lord himself come down.
So Ragnar Lordramon swings in. I think this is only security +1.
Yeah.
So we get a second Davis.
Oh, hits the nice little draw engine there if he needs it.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost going to put it in the trash, but no, he recognized it.
That's actually kind of big though. He put the hit the Omni. But actually kind of weird because and the Positron laser.
And then
but is that gonna? I think that still ends up being game, right? Next
that
swing
is
picks
game.
it. So
there's 3 swings still on board.
yeah,
No, 4 swings still on board.
the Ludamon was played this turn, right?
Yeah, 3 swings.
But impressively done for black there. Just managed to kind of stall out the first couple of turns, and then just went, okay, we have some pressure coming back the other way now.
I think he's just explaining Positron laser.
Yep. So he's just going to go. I'm going to return that to hand, delete the stack, but. I mean, you can just swing with a blocker.
Dual attacks, right?
Just any of the blockers that can attack, you can. I think Gardramon can't, right? Gardramon's the one that says can't attack.
I believe so, yeah.
So
does
it might be that they all say they can't attack, which is why I genuinely haven't played much black.
I will double check first. But I believe you might be correct, which is why we saw the Androidmon come down.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you just swing for game, so I can only assume that must be the case. But
nope, I'm still looking Commandramon.
1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 blockers in play, 3 potential attacks so far. All are cleanly blocked. As we see the Hammer Spark going up now to the 6 memory. It's amazing how much difference the 1 memory ends up making in a lot of situations.
Right, you think, oh, it's only 1 memory, but it's like, no, that's actually enough to completely change the game in your favor.
Yeah, so we see Dino Beamon draw. Okay, so the body language here, the draw put the hand down. is a well, that wasn't what I wanted.
That's kind of a telling sign. Yeah, so the Gotsumon can attack. You just lose 2 memory on an attack.
Yep.
The Gadramons can't attack. Period.
Oh, okay. So why not just swing with the Gotsumon for game?
No, not sure.
Okay. But maybe I was missing something, but
Maybe we did miss something. But I'm not too sure. But yeah.
oh no, positron laser, right? Positron laser does the thing of if so,
Yeah, let's read
hang on,
Positron Laser again. Make
I
sure we
remember
get it correct.
it's got a bunch of text on the card, right? Up to 2 of your opponent's Digimon can't attack.
So you must have picked Gotsumon.
And yeah, and it also can't block. So maybe the Galdramons can't block this turn, as we see Big Boy and Impildramon come down.
Impildramon. It's a big boy.
It is. He does still have the Andromon though that he played as a blocker. So maybe he still has enough to stall for now. And then just take...
Raiju, Lord Monkana. I guess no, he swings in with Dino B. Check it out.
Yeah, but there's just a Ludamon waiting in the back just to go prod for game.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and it looks like he just scooped that up.
That was good though. It was a good back and forth, like very clutch. Like you said, just Black had too many cards on board in the end.
Yeah, and that's actually something that I think a lot of people who played against Black know that it has a bunch of blockers, right? And that's it can be kind of unfun to play against in that sense because it just sits there and walls you for the entire game.
It's like, I am an iron wall, sir.
But the other thing it can do is it can go surprisingly wide. It has enough options available to it in like cheap-ish blockers that it goes surprisingly wide, which means that it just has almost infinite time to set up these things like Ragnar Lordramons for big swings.
Yeah, and I like it's not normally my playstyle, but I just love the idea of it. Like the D Brigade, like I will keep saying it. It's just one of my favorite things for this game. It's just kind of the same principle with Eosmon in set 6, Brilliant Diamond, I think it is, where it's just like just have a bunch of them, keep doing them, having all the fun in the world. But yeah, so I wondered, like, you got to come out of the gate a bit more aggressive, maybe from the. And it's not as if he wasn't trying either. You got to remember, like, there was like 4 Vidramon swings in one turn at one point, and that jamming does hurt. Like,
yeah, the issue is, and we were discussing this before we went live. The blue Impildramon to me feels like Rookie Rush with extra steps. Your a lot of your strong cards are actually just Vmon and jamming and cards that you would play in Rookie Rush. You get to go taller, which means that you can swing over some of the blockers that Black can present you, but means that you're not as consistent and as fast as the alternative Rookie Rush. So that can sometimes come back to bite you, and I think that may have been what we saw there was just by having to go up as opposed to across in terms of board, kind of slowed him down enough. But that's a really good opening. The Vmon and the Gumamon, plenty of pressure straight away. The jamming available straight away. As we see Black hatch and consult the hand. And
sorry about that.
So we're just getting set up in this game. The Digivolve, and that's a Joe. Oh no, that's a tie. I couldn't see what it was for a second. I could just see the light directly above the camera.
Light. And then the Vmon comes out and swings in with his head first, headstrong.
I mean,
it's gonna stick. It's gonna stick.
I mean, it was always going to stick. It has jamming.
Yeah, it does.
That's...
Of all the things to see, small blocker probably not the one you want to hit.
Yeah,
like,
that's where you want to see, like, check one rag, right? That's where you want to get the rag Lordramon. Go right, he's out. Get rid of that. As we see, go into the Paladramon as well.
I like how he doesn't stay on that Gorillamon. Like, I think a lot of people got really comfortable with staying on Gorillamon,
hmm
especially early from set 1. So seeing the pilot, like him just be like, nope, going to Piledramon.
I mean, I
I
think he
like it.
knows he needs the jamming to survive, right? And the other thing is the 7K is a bigger deal here. Black
True.
has the 7K blockers, but
Mm,
6K would just be walled far too easily.
yeah. Yeah.
Like at
Like
least
the
now,
knowledge of the matchup, right?
yeah. As we go into the Ludamon,
Show me the Ragnar.
there it is. Found him. He's
Wow.
with it.
Okay. It's like, yep, don't need these anymore.
I was like, oh, I higher rolled that one. We'll take that.
That's all right.
He does still need to go 4-drop into 5 into it,
It
but
does,
you know.
The pressure's on. Like when you know your opponent has it, that's kind of intimidating, right?
Well,
Like
it's
you're
like
like,
the next hatch. If he has access to rookie and can start building up in the raising area, you just know at some point something's coming in to get you.
yeah, and that can be a terrifying thought.
It's like, okay, I have to win before the rag just goes 5 security checks, please.
I do love Lord Ragnarok. Like it's just so crazy. Like
We go into Imperial Dramont, sticks to 0, swings in. It's 12K into the stack, survives. Second 12K, survives.
yeah, nice.
Not many things it could have checked there that would have been particularly scary for it.
Still got the Vmon.
Does can get another check in too.
Oh, just gonna
Um,
play it safe. Okay, fair enough.
did he
I-
not?
I'm-
Did he not swing with Vmon then go into Imperial Dramon? Because that would.
Oh, he might have done that. Yeah, you're right. That might have
Um,
happened. I might have missed that.
maybe he didn't because that would have been an extra check.
Hmm. And there's the Toyagumon. So that is a very scary raising area potentially.
I mean, Toy Agumon scares me because it basically says everything is not like whatever I make here, you will never kill.
It will not happen. Like, don't even try. I am Toyagumon.
Like it just gets to restand every turn, and that's kind of disgusting on some of the Digimon that Black has access to.
Yeah, reboot is a really powerful keyword. Like,
There's a lot of decks that just can't deal with it.
yeah, because it's like, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah,
It's gonna.
like if you can't, like there are a lot of decks that can only really deal and remove threats by trading into them, but you can't if there's a Toy Agumon underneath it with his little Lego-y face.
He's so cute though. Like you can't hit him. He's just there, and it's like, oh my god, he's so cute. I absolutely adore the artwork for this game. Like
It's
design team
incredible.
it's phenomenal. Huge shout out to everyone who does the artwork, and I do like how they list the artists on them.
Mhm.
I'm always a fan of that in card games. I always think they should recognize. Oh my god,
He has a second rag, but you don't want it here, right? Really, you're just gonna
it's
take
not ideal.
like there was like in there that you wanted more than it, but you really want to get Tankmon like your cheap evolutions so you can build into a scary rag. Because if you look at the board on the other side, you don't have enough blockers.
Oh, and it hits a third rag,
Yeah, right. So
and yeah,
this is just gonna be game.
Yeah,
Like he has
no
3 attacks, 1
Gotsumons
blocker.
that game.
Yeah. Wow.
Had it all in hand, just couldn't get the memory to do it.
Yeah, that was
and Kakai's breath.
yeah, just to make sure,
You know, just Kakai's breath. You know, it's all good.
So much better showing for the Imperial Dramon in that game.
Yeah. Like he knew he had to be aggressive. He knew he had the rags. He had to push in and hard, and he did. He got the work done. Also, those jammings, like Vmon with jamming, it's strong. It's really strong. Like, don't underestimate the power of a rookie with jamming.
Well, it's just free pressure from turn 1, right? Like if it gets to do 1 check and force a attack, good. If it gets to do 2 checks, it's insane. So getting ready now for game 3. Who do you think has the edge then? We've seen 2 very different games play out here.
I still think Rag has it if he can get it off, right?
Mhm.
But depending on what the Pyeldramon player draws, I do think Pyeldramon has a really good shot. Like, as long as he doesn't, because I think in game 1 he kind of missed some opportunities to draw with like champions and stuff.
Sure.
And I think that's what held him back. So, providing the draws are well, then I think we could see something really explosive happen. But again, like it comes back to, can he get those Gotsumons which just check Vmon at the door? Like, it's like you can swing it, you got jamming, that's awesome, but I have a blocker that's just gonna stop you.
Yeah. As we see the kind
Oh
of
wow, Toyagamon.
yeah, Toyagamon off the bat is nuts.
That's gonna be whatever that comes out of that raising area is going to be scary.
Yeah, but we do only see a Joe turn 1, which is not ideal.
No. It's low memory, but it's not the one you want. You want that tie.
As we see a Gumamon for blue. And also not a massively strong turn, just a Gabumon back does get to replace it in hand. Gabumon is one of those cards that is like as soon as you see it in the set, like in the first set, you're like, this is a card that will never not see play. It's unless you can get to a cheaper version, right? Unless it's like a 2-cost version with identical card text. It's just so strong.
But it's like the sandcastle. You gotta play it for the sandcastle. Oh, you're on about Gabumon.
I'm on about Gabumon, yeah. I'm on about the card. The good card.
Hey, I'll have no Gabumon slander. I do this all the time. Every time I get Gabumon and Gabumon mixed up in my head. But yeah, no, just I'm gonna draw a card. Sure.
Yeah, like outside of that being 2-cost, or like something like with equivalent text, that card never doesn't see play. It just lets you. It's just a consistency on a stick.
It's just good. Like there's no way around it. It's just good.
And Frigimon coming in with a bit of jamming, 4K into the stack.
Boom.
Gets rid of 7K's worth of scariness.
Oh, it's not there. Oh, and it's Hammer's back. Nice.
And there we'll see the
XV keeping that jamming safe. Very nice. Very
I like that. XVmon doesn't just have to be used aggressively. We kind of see it used there, not defensively, but like preemptively, right? It's saying, I'm not going to attack with it again this turn, but I will next turn.
Yeah. Because who knows what it could digivolve into, right? Like,
well, that's a statement.
That is putting your hand on the table and being like, now what?
You know what?
So jamming swing.
If he has Alt Arrest as the follow-up,
that's going to be really strong.
I don't hate that if he has the Alt Arrest as the follow-up. But we'll see the Imperial come in. A whole bunch of jamming, so could be another potential 2 checks. I know check this turn, so down to 2. Right, this is where this deck is strong, right? Jamming just means that if you can keep things alive and keep pressuring back, you're fine. It just plays Puppet.
Oh no!
Oh, the Puppet's nuts.
The Puppet has just, I think, sealed Ragnar's fate. Actually,
well, no, because you can still Alter S in theory here.
I mean, you can, yeah.
I mean, you can't now. But in theory, you could Alter S and at least taken 2 things off the board. I'm now starting to suspect, by the way, that this is game 3 and he's actually not playing Alter S. Because we haven't seen it. And there have been multiple times where it was the correct play. So let me find Mr. Fasselfoff's list. Oh, no, I remember why I didn't look at it. It's a deck list for ants.
Oh, the deck list for ants.
It's
the tiny deck list.
So I do apologize to everyone listening to us. We do kind of have some deck lists, but some deck lists are impossible to read.
Yeah.
But I don't think I can see an Alter Rest in there, which would maybe make sense.
Yeah, I think that's the one with like 2 red splobs on it, and then the rest of it's black. If I
Yeah,
remember correctly.
I think it was just the Durandamon and the Ragnar Lordramon. But I mean, there's just not enough blockers in play, right? You have 2 memory left.
Yeah, I'd
Like,
whether it bad draw or what, it's just letting those Frigimon jams. Like, I know, like obviously there's nothing you can do about it in that situation, but like just letting it get around and keep hitting, it's just that's been nasty.
yeah,
The X Remon player to keep it alive, keep it safe, just. And now we're just seeing it, right? Like,
yeah. It's the Ragnar Lordramon being a blocker in itself dealt with the Puppetmon. He's going to let that one go through to get the tie.
that is nice.
There's no piercing in play right now, so second
Oh,
puppet.
and that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote.
So today seems to be puppet day.
It is Pokemon just literally making and breaking these games. Like, in our first match of the tournament, we saw Puppetmon win, like help all 3 games, and then game 3, Puppetmon just coming out and showing why he's just the perfect choice to put in any decker, really.
Well, anything that is already looking at playing blue green,
Yeah,
you add this. Or if you're playing just pure green, you can play one of, as we saw earlier on. I think I did see some lists without playing any copies though, which may still be correct. I don't know. As we go into a Tankmon, so named because it is a tank. Creative naming there from the design team. As we see a Crescurumon. Nothing doing there, really.
that's not gonna change much of anything.
I mean, I'm trying to think, like, what have we got? We've got something like nothing. I'm just looking at it going, is there anything there that we could have done? Not really.
None of it was ideal.
And it looks like this game, it was the Puppetmons that ended up swinging the series.
And look at that hand. I mean,
Yeah, it's not as if the Imperial Dramon doesn't have options.
you've got to imagine that the Imperial one is there, like with a hand that big.
Oh, yeah. Like, there's almost certainly going to be multiple attacks available, and it only needs to get check 1 security with no blockers in play.
Oh, and there's another Puppetmon. Another one.
They're everywhere.
I mean, you have to scramble here and try and put pressure on. Like, you have to.
Yeah, you can just clean up the board a little bit, which is what they're doing first. Because this now only leaves 2 attacks in play.
Oh, there's the Imperial one.
Well, that would be at least 2 gone. So it actually makes the odds of it being in hand somewhat lower, right? 1 in security, one was in play earlier, I think.
Yes. And there we go.
Yeah, no. So we have the rag blocker to again check the puppet.
Which is a strength of the rag, right? Like, it
yeah.
is like being able to be like, oh, you have Puppetmon, which is inherently a strong card. Like being able to just block it, like, no, stop it.
Like 14k on a blocker base is a lot. Like,
yeah,
there's not many cards in the game that get to swing over that.
exactly.
So it's actually one of those, like, people think of Ragnar Lordramon as this big combo, big pressure, take all the security deck. Actually, 14k blocker is just a really good thing.
It's a pretty big wall, right? And so hits that security and jam it.
Yeah. There's a weird argument to be made for not blocking the puppet and blocking the Imperial Dramon, because that's the jamming and the one that can digivolve into something scary.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
And like let the puppet through, because you can trade over that comfortably with Crescurumon next turn, right?
Yeah.
Or like you can swing with your piercing Durandamon, Ragnar Lordramon over it. Like,
yeah, and you got the crest there as well. Yeah, yeah.
Like I actually think maybe you let the puppet through and you block the other way around.
Yeah, because the result's the same, right? When you look at it that way, but you clean up a jamming and a scare. Well,
Yeah. Okay, well, so here he just let that happen, but it looks
and
like
there's the third Empire Ultra. Yeah, game.
yeah, just
Wow.
just managed to bring it all back with the end there. That's insane. Such a good
Uh,
finish to that series.
Yeah, really enjoyed that back and forth there, showing the power of Empire Ultra. Oh my god, just going through his deck trying to find.
It's like, where is it? Where is it?
Well, there's
Okay, two towards the bottom, and there was the Omni right,
an
like
Omnimon
literally bottom
right at the
card.
bottom.
But what a
Oh,
series! It shows that these games in Digimon are great because the catch up mechanic is built into the memory system. So it
Yeah.
looks time and time again. It looks like a game's completely gone, and then it's not. It's fine.
yeah, like
You're all
it's one spring back. Like you're giving your opponent too much. Like that's what it was. That second puppet mon just allowed him to build
Yeah.
that board up and go in. It was
Which the thing is in hindsight, it looks like a great play. Like the puppet one is not like it's an incorrect thing to do, because if they don't have the big board, and they hadn't really shown any signs of having the big board at that point, you're
Yeah, exactly.
fine. But still managed to find enough out of that second puppet to be able to get there. But really good series, and should it's interesting to see the Ragnarok one, which I know when 1.5 was released, people were like, "Oh, it's like a solidly tier 2 deck." Or like tier 3, like it's more you bring it for fun. You don't necessarily think you're going to do great with it. But it actually has some really strong matchups.
Yeah, I really like this black version of the deck as well. Like I know a lot of people like to tend to put it into the red way, but like you said, the defensive options of those black cards. I mean, in a format where you do have Rookie Rush as a thing that quite often is something to be expected, especially in these types of tournaments. Like it's cheap to build, it's easy, and it's effective. Having those blockers that are just just shuts it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's the added protection. Shout out to Ultimate Guard.
Hey, nice, perfect protection.
That you get, that you can just really slow the game down, get there later. Whereas the red version has its upsides, but red is an inherently more aggressive color in how it plays, and I think there are more aggressive ways to play red than rag.
Yeah, it is very tempting to just be like, I will destroy you in one turn. Like that is a very enticing thing, and I do like that about rag. But like yeah, that more methodical, controlled. I'm playing this game at my pace, and I will decide when I will Ragnarok and stuff like that. I think that's if I was going to play a Lord Rag, I would be playing the black version, mainly because I just like black. Like I think it's a really fun color. I like just revealing my deck and being like, do I hit? No, never mind. Oh well, that's all she wrote, folks. But yeah, we do want to mention our sponsors, Ultimate Guard there, and of course, the top 4 of this event will be going on to the the Digital Colosseum 1K in July, which is awesome of them to support us with, really, and also like this stream if you haven't already. I am Scott Sedman, and I have been joined by Connor,
and we will be back shortly after this break.
And welcome back to a Lone Collectors Winner Box tournament brought to you by Ultimate Guard and the Digital Colosseum. I am Scott Sedman and I am joined by my Izzy to my Tentamon. Connor, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very good. I'm doing very good. This is going to be an interesting little matchup that we're going to have now. Coming into round 3. We actually don't know. I actually just realized on the pairings, we don't actually see the standings. So I have no idea if these guys are still undefeated. We will be playing today until someone is, though. So I hope they are. Otherwise, this is a bit of just a fun game to watch because I'm pretty sure, if again, deck list for ants, I think one of these people is definitely on Shine. That much I know. The other, not so convinced. I'm pretty sure it's Blue Alt Force, which is kind of cool because you don't get to see it very often because, frankly, I don't think the deck's very good.
Like, it was a force in Japan. It kind of just
got
got meshed in with everything else from set 3 and kind of wasn't given the chance to shine in this deck in the West as it did in Japan, sadly. But yeah, Shine Greymon, one of my favorite decks.
I love Shine. Oh, playing Shine is just so good because it's just like, see opponent that you've tried to do a thing. No.
Shine Greymon says no.
But we see actually a really strong start for the Alt Force straight into the Frigimon, and having to play a Kyrie turn 1 as your tamer. It gives you a tamer in play, which is pretty good, right? This jamming might stick around. But it's not the best feeling because you're not going to get any value of that for a little while. But start getting aggressive because again, Alt Force is one of those decks that again is, in my opinion, it's just Rookie Rush, but with more things in it. Okay, as we see the Monzamon.
So no, jamming not sticking around. And there is a nice little Vmon, as we saw last game, can be quite effective when not being blocked by Gotsumon.
Yeah, Vmon is just it's just annoying, right? Like, it's annoying in the anime. I'm sorry, but it is.
Controversial opinions here. And there's the promo Rise Greymon, which you love to see. And the second Kyrie.
Yeah. So we're just gonna swing this over. Yep. And if we
Yeah.
on, you know what? Got to shine, slam him.
Yeah.
Whirlwind slam that shine Greymon.
Oh, and playing a cute little Padaman. Because
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got nothing else to play, you're gonna just give him free memory, so you might as well play something with free memory.
Exactly. It one of those kind of may as well's situations that you get into early on in these games.
Like,
And
well, if I can give you free memory, I might as well get something out of it.
gonna go into the Gorillamon in raising. This Vmon likely to take another security though.
Yeah, because I mean, Patamon can't actually
Swing over it, right? You have to use the rise over it, which feels really bad.
exactly. So that is actually a really good idea to swing with that Beamon.
Okay, we see the Salmon.
And the evolution to X Beamon.
Get that
There we-
restand in.
Keeping it safe.
But
But
however,
now giving Rise the freedom to just
yeah,
smash into.
right. Like this is where it starts getting scary because no matter what you do, they're going to start getting extra memory because they have 2 Kyries in play.
Yeah.
They're on 3 memory. Oh no, they have 7.
Yeah,
Right, like it starts getting out of hand, and these are the turns as Shrine that you're looking to go like TK, like the forecast TK, because you can
just why not, right? Just
all right.
grab
grab something, set yourself up, and then you can just start clearing the board, like basically every turn from here on out if you really want to. Could already deal with the blockers, like you. I just love this deck, right? Because here you swing with the rise, right? If they block, cool. Then you just kill the XV if you digivolve. If they don't block, you might get a good chance of surviving security. You see the Ankylamon?
Yeah.
Actually, one of the more recent inclusions I've seen in Shrine lists. It's cool being a security Digimon and all, but I don't know if
Yeah.
it's really relevant because a lot of the time opponents are going to try and leave you on 4 security for as long as possible, and that means that they're not attacking it to get rid of things.
Yeah, like I like the concept of them.
Yeah.
They're definitely not bad, but like, yeah, it is one of those things. It's like there's a chance of a chance, and then most decks will try and like rip you in one attack, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not the chip damage, which I think they're designed to counter, right? Like,
yeah, they're really good against things like Rocky Rush because then suddenly you have things on board.
yeah. Well, suddenly Ankylamon.
Oh, but we see a 4-cost TK come down here, which can be big, and we're going to see the we're going to see the shine. Like yoink.
Oh no!
Opponent going, which one do you want, top or bottom? But yeah, that's a 4 in place of 16,000 DPs worth of clear. That's going to get things done.
That is, yeah. Like with only 2 memory as well. Like you've got to be.
Yeah, this is going to be a blowout turn because.
Oh wow! Didn't even have anything. Wow.
Right, he goes to 5. Rise can trade over the gorilla. Right?
Yeah.
And then Shine picks up their board, puts it in the bin.
Just
except for the 1K. You have to leave the 1K up.
Oh no, Mon, no. I'm just gonna go straight into.
You can do it this way around too. It makes no difference.
Yeah, right. Like just a stronger attack, I guess. Right? Like
yeah. This technically gives you the option to go into security for security +1. It's 15K.
Yeah.
Which seems pretty good.
Shine doing shine things.
Yeah, so Shine's gonna go okay. 4K here, 4K there, 4K here, 4K there, and that's gonna be a big pickup. Is that correct? It should be
6, 10.
He has 16's worth, right?
1, 2. Yeah.
So it should.
Uh,
So
Mon should stay.
yeah, exactly. Do you want to just jump in and let them know real quick?
Yeah, I will do. Just quickly, guys. Mon should still be around, I think, based on the nut math. Mon you should still have on board. Yeah.
Just as we, just letting the players know that it was 16,000's worth. So it's
You had 16k worth of DP, right? Or did you minus it with something else?
I drew to Grizzly with 6, and 1 to X3 and 1 to Mon.
Oh, okay. fair enough.
okay. So you left the 6 cap. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Sorry, we just obviously we couldn't hear it. All right,
That's
no worries. Thank you.
Okay, so board is cleared up, and they're now gonna make sure you're deafened on the game, by the way, against Scott. And Gorillmon is just stood there going, I've not got a lot to do. We see a Monmon get another Monmon hit the trash.
Stop hurting on Mon.
Just want to point out, it looks like the blue player is playing with the tournament pack sleeves.
Very nice.
Yes, I'm waiting for mine.
The foily boys.
They're just so
And then
shiny.
Shikakumon, just like, oh, Rookie Rush? No.
And going to be a Gorillamon come down. And this is what Shine does, right? Like, Shine just goes, okay, I've cleared your board and have a big scary thing. What are you going to do?
Like, I am in control now. Like, I'm the captain here.
Yeah, and it's how it works, right? Like, he needs to make sure he unsuspends his tamers, technically. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, like at this point, like you've got your tamers, which is just getting
Okay,
your
yeah,
I don't know, Shine.
that's just.
That's pretty much game here, I think.
Well,
like,
I mean,
unless there's a miracle rift.
it is exactly game, right? Unless I don't know if there was anything security wise or option wise that the blue player can hit, but this is security +1 from this Shine.
Yeah.
Then 3 attacks to be able to find the way to get past the last one.
Well, Hammer's back. It doesn't
Yeah.
really do much, but yeah. And then pat him on for game. Boom, bubble, pop.
Wow,
Wow,
Shine's
Shine
just
just
good,
showing.
man. Shine's so good. Like, that was out of nothing, really, right?
Yeah.
Slightly slow start. Opponent has everything on board. Shine goes, but what if I won?
I mean, Shine, right? Like that's the thing. It's just like, okay, I can wait. I can take the hits.
Yeah.
And now I'm ready. Like, Shine just gets better if your opponent hits you into security, and it's like, oh, there's
Yeah.
a tamer.
Well,
Oh, there's a tamer.
And that's the thing about like how you approach the matchup, right? Is when you go in against Shine, you have to be able to kill them in like 2 turns. You have to go like, I'm gonna hit you real hard now, leave you just outside of like everything getting turned on range, and then finish you off the turn after, and hope that you don't have a Shine in the middle, because like otherwise you just get blown up. He did get slightly fortunate, I guess, with the the early tamers that he hit, and being able to weave them in such a way that they didn't need to be checked from security too much.
Yeah, that's
which
true. The Kyrie early on, which I like, arguably wasn't the best start, but being able to capitalize on it later really
Yeah.
did help.
and it's actually where Shine can struggle, right? You're playing what is a very different looking list compared to most people, because you have to play all these tamers, and you don't want to play those tamers from hand ever.
No,
outside
feels
of
bad.
outside of the 4-cost TK. But we'll see if they can repeat that game 2. Altforce never really got much going there.
No, unfortunately not. Like, whether it was just a case of didn't see the pieces, or just Shine happened too quickly for him to.
It was what, turn 3 Shine?
I think it was 10-3, yeah.
Uh,
And he did have quite a commendable board. If it was
Yeah.
up against anything else, that would have been a scary board. But because you knew it was Shine Guerrero, it's like, doesn't matter if they're in active mode.
yeah,
Just gonna get nuked.
Yeah, the ability to completely board wipe is kind of unique to this deck, and I guess exactly Volcanic Shimon, and that's it. And
Yeah, that
I-
just minus the DP of all or
yeah,
KO things with DP or less, right? I can't remember.
yeah, and then I guess Ultra S as well. But like, there's not many board wide clears, and that's shows how strong they would be if there were more of them.
Oh yeah, like it. Oh wow, and just hard dropping a Unim on there, just saying no, you're not gonna jam me.
No, I like that. You know, like
That's yeah,
the hand's clearly not good, but it doesn't look particularly good the other direction.
yeah. Both hard casting the champions.
And I mean, one of these champions is technically better than the other because you just go block.
Unimon.
Yeah, you always block here.
Kind of hoping we'll see the gears from the original Digimon series as something. I don't know what they would do with it, but just Unimon with the gear was always like a memory from the original anime. That
Yeah,
sticks out to me.
like some tools or something that you can attach to them or something would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh, and I see your Unimon. I raise you a Grizzlymon.
It's blocker boys. But we see a Labramon now.
It's a happy puppy.
Yeah, these and the rookies for yellow are really strong in combination. Like, there's an argument in a lot of decks that the rookie you play doesn't matter too much, but the inheritables on some of the yellow rookies are so strong with shine that they kind of make the deck work. As we see the early Kyrie again.
There's so much synergy
Mm.
that can proc off of it. It's like, oh well, you've minus some DP. Well, now this triggers, and I love that about Shine. I think that's where Yellow really is starting to come into its own now. And as you see, Yellow's kind of found its footing, especially in later sets that we'll be getting. Whereas like earlier on, as I've mentioned a couple of times on this stream, it's like being there in Japan from day one, Yellow was in a rough spot, but for us, we kind of got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to see that Shine just, I think we all knew it, but it was like 1.5, Yellow is going to be amazing, and Shine Greymon is going to do wonders. And it is. And we saw textbook case why Shine Greymon is a force to be feared in the card game.
Yeah. Again, a slow turn for blue. Just tame a pass, basically.
Yeah. Although I always want to call it Tiger, and I know it's not Tiger, but
Yeah. But the other thing with the synergies is obviously we actually have what is technically a slightly less good version, because there was the rule change, right? Where originally it wasn't Labramon would trigger on multiple deletions, right?
Yeah.
So the one shine would give you multiple things, and it was just like, oh my word, they thought that was okay.
That might be a little bit too strong.
But with the rule clarification in English, we don't have that. But the synergies are really obvious in yellow as well, which almost makes it a bit easier to build. A lot of yellow lists will look very similar because there are certain cards that clearly work well together and should be in every version of the deck. You see a Hammer Spark.
Yeah. And then Monzamon.
I mean, I saw a lot of that in set 1. Holy. In 1.0. I'm
Just-
gonna...
Monzamon, right? Like just a really cheap big card that's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go. We're finally seeing Alt Force make his way down onto the board.
Yep. Not the biggest Digimon in terms of stats. Only the 11k, but the fact that you can swing with it multiple times and gain memory every time you do is kind of cool. Well, the first time you do.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. Let's be honest, you're probably not going to get that many springs out of it.
Not against Shine Greymon, no.
So we see a Rise. Do we see a Tamer?
I assume he's got a TK.
No.
No TK. Wow.
So
No, normally a really good play is there, but okay, maybe not. So both players may be struggling with that hand.
It looked like the Rise and Prey is definitely a thing. Right? The Rise hope to top deck into the Tamer because of the ordering, but nothing doing that time. So just the 2 Kyries in play. Isn't so concerned though, because this turn he's likely to get to the point where he goes to 3 security. And if he can then go Shine next turn, he can clear up a lot of the board. Yeah, you can see the blue player going, okay, I kind of want to swing.
And I don't blame him. Like, it's a precarious one, right? Like,
Mm.
you have to swing to win the game, but to shine, it's just like advantage, but kind of getting pretty all right with these swings, you know? It's not-
I'm not in love with the swing. I'm not in love with it because now it means that something like Shine, almost guaranteed doesn't pass the turn because
yeah.
of how the memory is going to add up with the Kyrie, right? So you can Shine, clear things up,
See,
and
now,
then
based on his play there, I would not have swung.
okay,
Like,
no. So now he has the Aero V, it's fine, right? With the Aero V, restanding the Alt Force, because what you didn't want to happen there was to pass the turn, get shined, have your like one of the other two things removed, then the shine swing over the Alt Force. If that happened,
oh, okay, yeah, I could see
right,
that.
like that was really bad. The fact that you then got to restand it at the end, it's fine because he doesn't have enough tamers in play. There's not enough tamers in play for Shine to be able to clear the Alt Force that way, and really having to Shine just for the two, like is what we're going to see now, is just going to try and clear the I assume just the taller stack and take out the 7K because you can block the one, right? And
Yeah.
that's the only way back into this. Without the arrow for the arrow, not
Yeah.
so strong a play.
Yeah, that error kind of did.
Well, it just
Make-
protects for a turn, right? Which is all it really takes. Okay. Interesting to yeah. It's not the one that not the build that I'm most used to seeing.
I mean, I guess it's there. It just stops Rookie Rush, right? Like, just. I mean, Shine doesn't really care about Rookie Rush too much.
Let me just double check the text of the card because I actually don't remember the full text. But is it not there for Megazoo?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's more of a tech for Megazoo, right? Because they can't drop things and just then swing into security later. They just leave the Shikuma up.
I think out of there's a TK. Out of all of the
Ooh, this is interesting because this is now going to go. He goes to 3 because of goes to 5. We know for a fact he has shine, so he can shine and not pass. So the shine, the active shine can swing, right?
mhm.
Has security +1 now because of the third because of that TK. This
And
shine
then
this shine also clears up the board.
Yeah.
Well, I think you still have to one of the you just clear the one, right, and then you can minus DP the other one. It doesn't matter. Oh, I don't know if I like that. I think I would have preferred to take
I
out
would have swung in.
swing over that one and deleted the other one with DP because now you have no way of stopping attacks. Like you have one blocker and only one security
Yeah, and there's also a card in
raising.
raising ready to come out. Yeah, a weird choice of sequencing for back-to-back turns there for Shine. See, like, because if he swung last turn, he'd be in a lot better of a position right now.
Hmm.
But who knows? Maybe he's just betting on not a blue not being able to.
Well,
muster
like
something.
he knows he has the Unimon, right? So like he knows that he realistically has a turn in his mind, right? Because it needs 2 attacks to hit him with 1 blocker.
Yeah,
But we know that this deck has ways of restanding things.
yeah.
So, I'm not sure.
It's gonna be interesting to see what he's doing. I mean, leaving him on 1 is nice.
It also doesn't change. It also doesn't really change how the maths adds up to be able to win the turn after because checking 2 security here versus not, you might as well check them next turn because you still have the attackers in play. I don't think it makes any difference.
Okay, fair enough.
Hmm.
And then so no block there. Hits a Unimon. Unimon eats the Mon alive.
Yeah, I actually like that ordering as well of like not blocking the 1/1, the 1-drop, and leaving the blocking up for the jamming.
Yeah.
Like we said that in the previous round, right? Let the non-scary things through. Now he wants to swing it's pointless swinging with the V1 because he knows what happens.
Yeah, right.
Right,
And
like,
then
he
you're
gets
just
blocked.
losing anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually really like the not block there. Out of habit, yeah, you're going to do it because you think it's the correct thing to do. The Unimon blocks, removes jamming, nothing on board, 1 memory.
Yeah, that's
This looks
not
like
looking
Shine might have it.
Yeah.
Just going to pass the turn with the Aerodramon. Aerovidramon. I can never remember. There's too many of the Vidramons, right?
There's a lot of Vidramons in this game. You got
Swing, security +2.
boom, boom, and then swing.
Yep.
Boom.
Technically, that map would go into play, but really doesn't ultimately matter at this point because it's
No.
just going to be swing for the game and the series. Quick 2-0 for Shine as
Yep.
we.
Showing off its majesticness.
Well, that was actually the first 2-0 we've had so far. Right, this is round.
right.
That was round 3. Everything else has been back and forth games. Shine does back and forth games differently. Shine does back and forth not throughout a series of like, oh, I'm a little bit behind, and then I might be able to get back to win. It'll go, I'll deliberately try losing, then I'll beat you.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's trying to like throw the game. It feels like, right? Like it feels like Shine is like going, I'll give you a head start.
You got this. And then it's like, you didn't kill me quick enough. Sorry.
Exactly. So it's a bit of a weird one in that respect, but we see just how strong Shine can be. There was just nothing sticking on that board.
It is just a powerhouse of a deck. It's a powerhouse of a card. And yeah, I think it's one of those decks that I think rightfully has its place in the top.
Yeah, and so going forward now, let's mention next set, right? We're not too far away. We're like a couple of weeks, I think, before it starts coming out. I think I'm not entirely sure.
Great Legend is around the corner.
So going into next set, there's already been a lot of talk about how strong Yellow is going to be because they have cards that like I said earlier on, I reread one of the cards going, it can't be as broken as I remember it being. And I was like, no, it is.
It is actually insane. That and that being War Greymon, right?
Yeah, the Yellow War Greymon is insane. So that's the much more aggressive way of playing Yellow that we're going to get. Now, given the choice going into the set, if you had Rise Greymon built now, would you be looking to switch? Would you be looking at going into the War Greymon build, or do you still think there is a space for Shine in BT4?
Personally, I'd go into the War Greymon where it's got that self-securitying.
Yep.
Like it's got more minusing. It just does what the deck does and wants to do better, and then disregards your opponent not swinging at you. Like I think objectively it's the right call to make. But if your playstyle is more of the passive style of play, then I don't think it's incorrect to play it. It's just, I guess it's comfort, right?
Sure.
But Digimon does favour that aggro, and War Greymon being so cheap, so cheap, a free cost to come down, and then just like when it swings, you take the top card of your security stack, add it to your hand, you come back, and you also minus at 6k DP.
Yep.
Like there's so many interactions with that alone. It's just great. Like
and I think the biggest difference with that coming up is the Shine being 4k per tick is weird because you can build decks really nicely to play around the 4k breakpoint. Right? The 4000s you go to a 5000 DP rookie, which is what we see in Rookie Rush now. We see 7k, like 9ks are like awkward, and the 13k breakpoint that you can hit with a few things in the stack for a few Digimon means that they're just really hard to remove for Shine. The 6ks though clears up blockers with a single thing, right? One War Greymon means delete one blocker for most decks.
Yep.
And lines up a lot better into a lot of like 5s cheap Monzemon, right? Like that's a 6K, right? Cool. That's just now one War Greymon trades 1-for-1. It's not Shine having to commit 2 of the tamer slots, and I guess also the added benefit of not needing to play a bunch of tamers, to
less
get that
clogging
effect.
up of your deck with tamers. Yeah,
Yeah. Though I think you still play full cost TK because that card is the nuts.
it is.
So I'm interested to see how that will go next format. I still think Shine will have a spot because I think it's better against the more aggressive versions of some decks. And we're going to see Rush, right?
Yeah,
Rush.
Rush is going to be a huge thing, I think.
So I think having ways to clear up boards after they rush is probably really good for you. But yellow is definitely not going anywhere. So if anyone is watching and feels like they might want to pick up a few yellow cards right now, might be worth doing. And when you do, you're going to need someone to keep them. And you can get those from one of our sponsors today, Ultimate Guard. You can keep them in color-coordinated deck boxes like I do. Which is
And
just...
you can put those deck boxes inside your hive.
And you can sleeve them in Ultimate Guard sleeves. And you can put them on those mats. Which, do you remember, have you ever seen the color-changing mats? They have the color-changing Ultimate Guard mats. They're really cool.
Yeah, they proper fascinate me, and I'm just like, how do?
Yeah. So if you do pick up some new cards, need a place to check them. Check out the premium protection available from Ultimate Guard. And our other sponsor today, providing a really cool pricing thing for us, is the Digital Colosseum. Scott.
Yeah, so the Digital Colosseum have proudly partnered with a loan collector to give the top 4 a qualifying spot for the July 1K event, which is huge, it's awesome, and you love to see it. You'll love to see that competitiveness and already bringing some prize pool money to the thing. And yeah, just thank you for sponsoring the events and giving away those spots to our players.
Yeah, so that was actually a really quick round.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be a slightly longer break than some of the others. Don't go anywhere. If you do, make sure you hit follow or subscribe so that you can still, it's easy to find us again when you come back. And give us a thumbs up if you are enjoying the stream. But don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be back in a bit. I'm going to be honest, it won't be soon. It'll be in a bit. So, see you soon.
Welcome back to a Lone Collectors Booster Box Win Tournament. And we are sponsored by the Digital Colosseum. And the top 4 here will get entry into the 1K event in July. And also, Ultimate Guard is also a sponsor. And I am joined by Connor. Wow, I just messed that intro up. That's hilarious.
I think the tournament's had a different name every round. It's been a slightly different version of Winner Box every round, but that is the prize on the line today for whoever makes it through today undefeated. It will be a box of BT1 or Set 1.0 or however the hell we want to refer to it, because it's a very weird concept. That we had like 3 sets
of a set, right? Like
yeah. But we're reaching the business end now. We have 2 of our undefeated players taking stage. We have Gumax playing a blue Imperialdramon as we see the Demi V flipped over, and Atrevido on what I think is Crescent Friends, but I don't have a microscope powerful enough to actually read his deck list.
Yeah, I mean, you would need Ant-Man for that level of
It's the small deck list. But pretty strong start there for blue. Get the Digivolution, get the Vmon in play, and just a choke on the one going back the other way. We do see Dark Tyranno, though, a fairly strong card in and of itself, and the first security check being passed.
I do have a lot of love for Tyrannos, Tyrannomon, Dark Tyrannomon, Metal Tyrannomon. Like, just generally good, fun dinosaurs to have fun with. Obviously, Tiger, Rust Tyrannomon strats, and the Demi Vmon the Vmon going in with the jamming.
Yeah, and
with
Agumon,
the Demi Vmon underneath.
Yeah, the Agumon didn't matter there because it was going to get traded over no matter what.
And going into Gorillamon.
Yeah. Do have to start trying to crash that board away, because you don't know what your opponent's on at this point, right? Like, if you don't know the deck, you see the 6 cost opposite you, you're thinking, okay, are they going to go into like Volk into Omni or something along those lines? You don't know what they've got planned, so keeping it away. Something Red struggles with is building like multiple tool threats. But we do just see a Paladramon get played, giving a lot of memory over to Red.
I wonder if that's trying to bait Gaia Force.
I mean, it could, but you don't need to play the Gaia Force, right? They're just always in security.
I mean, that is the plan, right? That is where they all should be.
Ooh. Oh, we see Double Beamon. I love this card in red. It's so flexible and so strong. Both a fairly cheap rookie, but also that extra 1 memory that you can get by trading it off can be really important.
Yeah, it's a super nice choice, super cool inclusion, and yeah, just really helps progress your plan no matter what situation you're in.
Just deciding which order to attack in. Wants to draw the card first, swings in. It's a Guilmon, but it was jammed. Piledramon goes in over a Monodramon, jamming there. Very much irrelevant.
Yeah.
And we now get to restand, give them 2, and go from here. Now, this is where the Gaia Force is more valuable, right?
Yeah, now that the big dragon boy himself is out on the board.
So you're going to swing in with the Bio, hope it dies. You actually just want to check and get that extra security.
And there we go. And then Dark Tyranno.
Yeah, the Dark Tyranno goes in. Lives. Very good.
That's what you like to see. And it's going to survive again.
That was not. No, that was a 7. Yeah, that was a 7.
That was Piledramon. Okay, I thought it was a rookie. It is definitely Piledramon is not a rookie.
No, it'd be quite a strong rookie if it was. I'd actually consider playing this deck if that was a rookie.
Oh yeah, right. Rookie rush with Piledramon.
But down to 1, and we did see the Gaia Force. So you could technically have Gaia Force the Paladramon the turn before, but you want to let them sink more memory in, because if you're going to pay 8 for Gaia, you want to make sure that they've spent like 6, right? Because then the net memory swing's not as bad as we see the next Paladramon come in.
Just nuking a 7 Like Pyodramon's strong, don't get me wrong, but like no resources underneath it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a feel bad.
But it looks like this could actually just be kind of the end of the game because Red has done what can do sometimes. If you just make one big thing, and if that gets dealt with, you're kind of stuck. Also, really efficiently memory managed for the blue Imperial Dramon player this turn.
I mean, a volcanic Dramon coming down here.
True.
That is
no,
not.
No, that's not going to do it. Swing.
It does threaten lethal next turn if he manages to survive.
It does, but I don't think he will, right? Because you just swing the 7k in, swing with Vmon, swing with Elecmon. There's only one security left on both sides.
Yeah, like it needs to be something big, which I don't think.
It would need to be exactly the second Gaia. I think.
Yeah, we know he's only running 2, and we've seen 1, so.
Yeah,
it's not a Gaiamon. Gaiamon. Gaia Force, and then boom.
Yep.
Boom.
Freestand, get him.
Game 2, here we come.
Yeah, quick game. I think that can happen with these. Like the jamming decks in general are very quick because things stick around, and when Red has to go so tall, you don't get to have enough Digimon on board to trade off their jammings, right?
That's true.
That's basically what happened there. Was cool. You've made a Dark Tyranno quickly, and then you get into your level 5s, but they're not doing anything against 2 jamming, right? You're not getting it.
Yeah, like I mean, looking at what he was hitting in security was all of his lower cost things, so like there was no pressure there. As you said, jamming is a really strong ability, and in a Pyodramon where you do and can get those swings off super early, super quick, super efficient. It's a force. It's definitely a force. I mean, both players. This is table 2. Both players are XO, so obviously they know their decks, they know the matchups, and it's just one of those things. I'm still hoping we see Millennium Mon. Like, I really want to see Millennium Mon.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing, right? The deck wants to go to those high levels, and the blue is just not going to give you time.
No, the blue's not. No. We're playing on my terms at my speed. You either match me or you lose.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see how this goes in this next game because it could easily be very similar. Red, it's a deck I enjoy playing a lot. Is the Red Omni, but the issue with it is that there are some games where you don't have any choice. You just have to go tall. You get like one stack of stuff and that's it. As we see the GG or Gigimon, I think it's a soft G. I can't remember. Go into a Biomon and straight into Dark
Tyranno. Turbo in that Dark Tyranno.
Yeah, depending on the hand, you may want to stay in raising next turn and just let that become a big scary thing. Especially with Crescent Friends. Like you got to try and get into a Crescurumon to then swarm the board with big boys. As we see a very similar looking turn to last game, except it's a different Vmon.
Yeah, this one doesn't have jamming, sadly. But it is just as happy.
I mean, sadly, very much depends on, again, whose perspective we're taking.
On what gender you're receiving.
Dark Tyranno goes straight in, 6k into the security stack, gets rid of the Elecmon.
Goodbye, Elecmon. Thanks for coming.
And we're just going to go
Guilmon. Guilmon is one of my favorite Digimon.
You said this about like basically everything.
I mean, it's true. I do love Digimons. I was like, that's one of my favorite Digimons. Go on with his sandcastle. That's one of my favorite Digimons. I love Digimon. I just love all the designs. That's so cool. Gorillamon clashing with Dark Tyranno. Smart.
Yeah,
it is actually almost a repeat of last game.
Yeah, and the thing is that I questioned the swing with the Dark Tyranno. Like you saw it get cleaned up really easily last game. Blue has access to these 6 drops, these 6k things to trade in. Why give them that option? Like you know that you're not going to get many tall stacks out of this game.
You want to be focusing on that wide or being able to crush the jamming off after it's swung. Cauldron's nice, but we know we can just easily go into Pyodramon.
Yep. As we see,
Speaking
your
of sandcastles,
see one of your favorite Digimon.
yeah, it's shockingly right.
As we see a Davis. That's a strong-looking Davis. You take that, Vmon.
Yes, I will take that jamming. Thank you very much.
And keep ticking away. Cauldron does buy the turn at least, you know. But
Yeah, like why swing with a card that you know is just going to get deleted? Like you don't.
okay, Dark
So
Tornado
the Dark Toronto making his entrance again.
swings again.
And swinging again. Oh, that's gonna die. It's gonna die. Yeah. I mean, that's one less Pyldramon to worry about.
Maybe sure.
Oh, and then just hard dropping another Cardramon. Okay.
I mean, with the memory tamer in play on 3 memory, you might as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
just stall them for a couple of turns. But yeah, the red deck's getting the cheap evolutions up to 4s going, but is then just throwing them at security, kind of a backup plan. It feels like.
Just kind of seeing what happens, right? Like,
yeah. So, but you know, does seem to have a little bit of time on board. If the Gorillamon swings here, the Cauldron with no sources will probably be the one to block.
yeah, crush him. Boom, bang.
Elec comes down. One of my favorite Digimon, genuinely because it's so cheap. I actually don't care about it as a Digimon. It's just a cheap card.
Just in the card game. It's
Yeah,
like, boom.
I'm emotionally quite detached from a lot of these cards. I just play them because they're good. And we see a blocker on the other side now. And we get another little loaf boy out.
Loaf. I get you got some bread.
And
can he raise the dough? Okay, he's gonna get tie. Gonna answer
Yeah.
the Davis with a tie. Not much of a turn though. Not much of a turn, no, especially when you're up against Blue and Pyldramon. It's not ideal.
no, like there's a couple of 4-drops. You know, there's a few champions in play that can just go over you now, right? Like if these digivolve, it's bad news for you.
Yeah.
And even not, right? Like they could just go wider than you can, which is what we're seeing here,
so
right?
we're seeing another jamming.
Like you would need something very specific. You like this is where the Alter S line is the only real thing that I like the look of, but you probably won't have the memory to get there in a single turn. You need to go 5. No, hang on. You can go 5. No, you can't. You need 4 memory from this list, I think. As we see the Crest Guramon take down Gorillamon. That is the first time the Imperial player has seen Crest Guramon from this list, though, so gains quite a lot of information there as we see the XVmon come down to pass the turn.
Nice.
Just sets up for 3 swings in next turn.
That's gonna be. We shall see. We shall see. Oh, hello.
Okay.
Okay.
But are we getting anything out of this? I don't know if we are.
I like playing. Okay, I guess playing because you can.
I mean, I guess that, like I can't remember the level of this, but it gives you more options, I guess, for digivolving next turn. But it looks like he's basically out of rookies for the red player here.
Yeah, no Digivolution on the baby. The
Yeah.
baby.
But we do see the first block Cauldramon getting rid of Frigemon. Another Gorilla coming down. This is probably going to try and swinging again.
He's
just going to crash
gonna
it.
crash it. Okay.
Big card, big number of cards in hand as well. As we see it go on.
Oh, and another XVmon.
Yeah, I mean, you've dealt with one blocker this turn, right? There's now only one blocker in play. Your opponent can't do that much back to you.
And he does get the.
Okay, but the issue is that he's been playing a few, like he's been hard playing some champions, so Does he still
Does he
have
the-
champions?
No, okay, he's got another
Okay.
Cordramon, which is nice. Can we see an ultimate here? We have not really seen ultimates.
Yeah,
from...
he hasn't got up high enough yet, right? Like an ultimate here to pass. There we go.
And is I can't remember this one. I know it's the evolution of Cordramon.
Groundramon.
Cordramon, thank you.
Groundramon. One of those like low key impactful cards from 1.5. Of it's just a really cheap ultimate, which means Red wants to play it. As we see Dino B rips the Gaia Force and is just gonna I think pointing at which like his target is like, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that Dino B stack because that's an Imperial Dramon about to happen.
Yeah, that's an Imperial Digimon waiting to happen.
And like on 0 memory now for turn, like oof. That security check of Gaia was really big there.
Yeah, that guy was huge.
Just another XP mon, getting no value though. Just like yeah, but they're blue.
It's going up my chain. I'm getting a draw, and now back to 2 Cordramon on board alongside Groundramon. You kind of just love to see that. Actually,
It's a lot of blocker.
It's a lot.
Like if you can do something like Blitz Grey, which I know the deck's playing, if you can Blitz Greymon here, get rid of one of the XVmon, right? This turn, or Crest. That's the other option.
And
right?
here comes Chris. Let's see what happens.
So
Oh,
I mean, the
Okay.
Lava Garita is really good,
yeah. Why not? Right?
right? Because you could just do it again next turn.
Yeah.
Um,
That's crazy good.
and you've got enough blockers in play that you're really not threatened by a lot of their board. Chooses to evolve the taller stack for the Imperial Dramon. For the Paladramon, sorry.
If you try and
And
push, don't really need to block it.
it's going to swing into security for 7.
I mean, if he wants to be safe, he can block it, but I don't think you really need to.
I mean,
Because it's only in your turn that your Cordramon's a 7k, right? Oh,
yeah,
and that is why.
yeah,
that is
that's
why you do not block.
yeah, that's fine. Like now suddenly everything on your side is trading over basically everything on theirs.
Yeah, that's huge. Oh wow!
Triple Spark, I like it.
And then going into that Imperial Dramon, yeah.
Yep. Nice and cheap as well. So yeah, it goes back down to the 0. And is just gonna swing, I think. He's gonna let the first one through.
And now he's like, do I put it in rest? Right.
Yeah, well, resting it here is risky because it makes it easier to trade over, but also there's not that many things with enough DP in red that are cheap to hit, right?
That is true. And then so swinging with the XVmon here.
I think you have to block.
Yeah, because
Like this is just a free value block. Sure, he then trades over a Cordramon.
Why would you not block that?
I mean, you could trade over it, I guess, in your turn. The Lava Garita goes over it for free, right? And then you block this one. Then swing here, force the crash. And then that's turn on 3. Okay. I mean, I guess you remove more attacks, but I don't know about not blocking the.
Yeah, I would have took the
like
Vmon.
now you have to attack it. Like your Lava Grutamon has to go into it, right?
Yeah, I would have took the Vmon with me.
Okay. From the tie, the second tie, is that enough? I think it is, right? Yep. To trade over. Then the Lava Garitamon over the XV. Okay, so now you have board, and you still have 1 memory, so you can drop something.
I mean, you got
I'm jamming. I'm jumping Phoenix. I'm just going to go 10. Have 10 go. Instead, going with the Tyrannomon.
So final Digitama come in there, and then Digivolve it into Gabumon. but doesn't get a draw because it's
This
only a
poor
1 turn.
Gabumon's been called everything except Gabumon.
I refuse. Like Gabumon, just doesn't come out of my mouth. I don't know why. Unless I'm talking about Gomamon, then I'll call Gomamon Gabumon. Ignite breath.
Okay. Big draw there.
I mean, it does just come down next turn.
Yeah, I
then.
was going to say, like, it just comes back, right? But it at least says, okay, but you need a blocker now. And we know that there's been a lot of Codramons gone.
I think we've seen them all, haven't we?
Yeah, in fact, I don't know if there's going to be a way to stop the one from raising being game, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because
No, that's
Gabumon
a really good
in
point.
raising, he's just going to come out and just poke for game. I don't think there's a way of stopping it. As we see a Gallantmon. Well, there's quite a few cards in that trash pile.
That is true. A lot of those cards have had nice, nice sources underneath.
Yeah, okay, that's a lot of cards. 6, 7.
I mean, if Gallantmon puts this away, then yeah.
Oh, it's going to, because that's
Yep, that's going to put it away.
so Gallant. Just
Well,
checks,
providing.
well, Gallant clears 3 security, then hits.
Oh yeah,
They're all trashed.
because it's effect, isn't it? Yes. So yeah. Oh my gosh, Gallantmon for game, people.
That was
Boom,
insane.
bang.
That was actually the deck I played in BT1.
I love Gallantmon.
Gallant's so good, but that was insane.
That was such a good back and forth match. Very intense.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it could have gone either way. Like there was some. I still question that not taking the XVmon, but it is what it is. It turned out in his favor, so.
Yeah, it was net the same, except you technically you probably have one more security, which means that you're a little bit safer. But that
Also,
Gallantmon,
I just realized like he lost the card on his playmat. That's gotta feel bad.
yeah,
Like, why you have betrayed me, Gallantmon?
he's just gonna have to spend the entire next game staring Gallantmon in the face as well.
We're not gonna talk anymore. Flips it over. Oh look, it's Millenniummon, and then Millenniummon. I still want to see Millenniummon get played. I just love Millenniummon so much.
Yeah, going into game 3. So these guys are both undefeated, playing to remain undefeated for the day. If you do, you get yourself top 4. Well, top 4, so not necessarily undefeated. Get invitations to the Digital Colosseum's 1K Invitational. And they also bag themselves a load of sweet goodies courtesy of Ultimate Guard. And the winner takes home a set of a box of 1.0.
Which I mean, there's still some really solid cards in 1.0
Oh, yeah.
that people will want. Omnimon, right? Like Omnimon's just a valuable card that people want.
Well, the other thing with 1.0, I think, as we get underway again, it's one of those ones where they put a lot of like the key cards to build around forever in that set, right?
Mm.
And so that's what you do. Like your set 1 for a TCG should have cards that are going to stay good, because it keeps people invested, and it's still worth picking up.
Whoa.
Yuck.
That is either a very ballsy play or you have a real bad hand.
I do not like the fact that that was 8 cost, 7k go.
Yeah, that's a
Those are-
lot of memory to give to your opponent.
especially because Red can build like he spent 1 memory and he's on a champion, right? Like Red can be really good at building tool stacks for not very much.
Oh my god.
And he still has 2 memory left. He can go Monodramon if he wants.
I mean, you could probably see a Tamer here.
Could even see a Tamer.
Oh wow, no, just gonna go wide. Just gonna
Yeah,
go
sure.
Wide.
I mean, you know for a fact that like that's what Blue wants to do to you. So if you can
Yeah,
go
so
wide
if you can
first,
match it.
yeah.
So Dino B going in. And hits the Skull Greymon. 7-7.
7/7 crash. Or is it
Nope.
jamming? It was jamming. Right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Everything is jamming.
Jamming trips us up, man. Like not being able to see the cards like right there.
Yeah. Okay, so there is an Imperial one in play. We're going to get that 4K straight into security. Puppet. Also jamming. Okay. I like this is how Digimon feels to me sometimes. It's like, okay, first things first, I'm going to attack. I'll worry about the rest later.
Yeah.
It's
Don't worry about
another-
it.
It's another Dark Tyranno being thrown at security for a 7k into the 6. It's happened a lot.
I think he's just got something against Dark Tyrannos.
Maybe he
Like-
just wants to play it aggressively. It worked out fine in some cases, but you only have one champion in play now. That's going to probably get traded off. I don't know. There's 2 champions, but one's a blocker, so I don't count it.
Yeah, I mean, blocker's blocker, right? Like it's
Yeah.
like its own separate thing at this point.
So-
exists in the zone. Oh,
Yep, trades it off.
Here comes Impale Drummond.
Hammer Spark XV would be good.
Hammer Spark XV would be very good.
But no, we'll
But
just see the
it-
elect.
Alec's fine. Like
Yeah.
keep him at 1.
Well, red really struggles against the memory choke compared to some of the other decks. Like green doesn't care because everything's basically free. Yellow doesn't mind giving you a ton of memory back because it'll just clear it up later. Red is the color that at 1 has very, very little. Which is why I like to see that he was playing the memory tamer tie. As we see the Monotramon crash with the Elecmon. Cordramon just sat there going, help!
Guys, guys, little help. I mean, like if you have Guy Force in hand, now's the time to just hard drop it.
Yeah, just jam it, right? Like you haven't seen that much, to be honest, from Blue to be worried about.
Yeah.
Right? Like
I would Guy Force the heck out of that Impale Drum if I had it.
I don't feel that you need to be that worried otherwise.
Like he's got enough that he would have to build up quite far to get to it.
Do it.
No, that's not what I wanted. I just want chaos and carnage with Gaia Force. Right, it's not too much to ask for.
Remember, he doesn't have it in hand. It's definitely the first security check.
That's true. He's
Blocks.
got- yeah, block it because jamming. Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
The
And then
Pokemon.
Impale Drumon's just gonna be like, "Hello."
Yeah, well, the thing is, so there I wouldn't block it, right? Because you freed up 2 attacks. You freed up the Elecmon and the Gabumon to swing into security now,
That's true.
right? Whereas if you didn't block it, those 2 would one of those 2's not attacking.
Yeah.
Maybe if the Blue Impale Dramon swings, like the ordering of the swings means that you kind of forced 2. I don't know. I mean, 2 security left for the Impale Dramon. Trying to weigh up swinging in with Gabu or not, right? Like, do you just risk it? Do you want to just try and get some pressure going? I mean, the Impale Dramon's really hard to answer for red still, outside of like running into a
Hammer Spark into V.
leave them on
Nice,
1.
actually. I really like that.
There are
yeah,
3. I think it's 3 security. It's really hard to tell with black sleeves.
I know, right? I wish people would just put the dice on top of them.
Well, even the blue sleeves are fine because you can clearly see a mark, but like it's hard to tell with black sleeve. I think it's 3 left.
It's just a void. There's actually no security there. It's just a hole in his chest.
But got the Cordramon 1 block available. Again, this is one of those turns where I'd be like, okay, if I'm not immediately dead, can I just go Phoenixmon?
Ah, there we go. Boom, boom.
Yeah, there's the Volk.
Boom, boom.
Right. Like, I'm not immediately dead. This actually threatens game because of the security +1 on the Volk.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Volk is one of those, again, it's one of those cards like Puppetmon that we talked about earlier that is so splashable because it's actually just good. Like, it's expensive, but its effect is like double. So the Dark Tyranno, another one hitting the trash. 10 memory is a lot, though.
Oh,
Puppet. Ooh.
Puppet will save you. Yeah,
Rests. Yep.
smart, smart.
Yeah. I mean, we just see the text versus the text there, right? It's the Volk versus the Puppet, and the Puppet's winning that right now. See
Gaia Force. Come on. I just want to see it. I just want to see it.
He kind of needs it now as well, because like there's two big scary things on the other side. Or you can Omni.
Oh yeah, you're in Volk, aren't you? So
Yeah, you could just drop the set one like OG Omni, and you're probably fine. No,
that is not what you want to do.
Ooh.
I mean, I get the reasoning, but
Yeah.
so he's just gonna play that board.
to someone in chat, damn it, Puppetmon. I'm like, yeah, no, I get that feeling.
Puppetmon out of nowhere.
Like, it's just like, I'm having a lovely time. I'm having a friendly game. Oh no, I've been Puppetmon. What's happened? Down to the one security left now for red.
Going to Gorillamon to force that crash into the Quadramon. Is he gonna let that through? Don't let that through.
I mean, you can here.
I mean, yeah, it's not lethal.
In fact, if I almost would be tempted to, because it leaves you in a position more likely to be able to deal with the board. Right?
Oh,
It keeps your
yeah,
champion
it
in
kills
play.
it. Doesn't it? Yeah,
Yeah. It lets you keep your champion in play now.
Yeah, no, okay, fair enough. That was actually.
And you're guaranteed 2 memory because of the Biomon swinging, right?
Oh, yeah, that is true. Oh, and then Kakai's breath.
Okay, so we have all the memory in the world to play with.
I mean, he can't. Actually, to be fair, you've just given him another draw.
Yeah, like, well, he has 2 attacks already, right?
Yeah.
He has Biomon, he has the Monodramon, and a ton of memory now. So if he can get into anything with security attack +1,
Yeah, this is actually a really scary turn.
okay. Cheap evolutions are good. See my previous statement. Swinging into security. Imperial Dramon, 7. Ooh. Okay, I think that's gonna be game then. Because you can check the last security, but you have nowhere to
Yeah,
go after that, right? Huh.
exactly.
Yeah, just I'll check it anyway. It's a Hammer Sparks, which means that Biomon lived, which is actually really not what you wanted to happen.
And then drop the Quadramon, but there's
2
two attacks there.
Cool, really good series again.
Yeah, that was super close, super clutch. Yeah, I mean, we saw Gallantmon just annihilate in that second game. That was beautiful.
Well, yeah, and it's the early part of the set. BT 1.5 has been a really interesting set because it's been out for a lot longer than we're gonna have most of the others as a format, right? Like we had BT 1 for like 6 weeks, which is not a lot of time for most people to like learn a format. But 1.5 has continued to evolve. And like the early Red Omni lists wouldn't have played things like Gallantmon, right? Like they were just never a thing. Then the yellow red control thing started coming out, and the Gallantmons became like really nice counters in those situations to be able to go, cool, I can just trash 2 security and get something out. So it's really nice to see that like things have shifted quite so much since the early part of 1.5. But the Gallantmon, it's great, but then at the same time, we're seeing it a few times. Like I still like I said, I think the deck is not that good, but I'm being proven wrong. I don't think Blue Imperial Dramon is necessarily the deck I want to bring to a tournament like this. It's Rookie Rush with extra steps, but we're seeing the strength of jamming right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is providing to be pretty. I mean, we'll probably see it next game, right? Because it's an XR going against an XR, so. Yeah, it's clearly doing well today.
Well, actually, what's currently over on table 1? Let's have a little look. They've finished, but what was
finished.
the matchup? It was the
It
Quirkies,
was
Quirky
no,
Collectibles.
Scott, you've just gone into the room. That doesn't tell you anything.
Quirky Collectibles is playing Rookie Rush.
And Rambo Bobcast is playing
Megazoo.
Crescent Friends.
No, Megazoo.
Oh, yep. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so that I actually don't know who won that. We can check. But that will one of those two will be in our next game as well. Quickie Collectibles, so Rookie Rush versus Blue Imperial Dramon will probably be one of our final games of the tournament. We may have one of the undefeated. There were 5 undefeateds coming into this round. We are now obviously down to 2 at least. We may have a third. So thank you for staying with us as we reach the clutch point of this tournament. So, Scott,
Yes.
we're in an interesting time because this is tournament 1 of 2 this weekend. You can
Yes.
still sign up, by the way. I actually don't have the link to hand, but you can find it on Facebook somewhere. But you can still sign up to take part in this event. And tomorrow is a chance to win a box of 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing what the decks were today, are you changing? What's your plan for tomorrow?
Okay, interesting. I like that. That's a good question. So based on today, if I was coming in tomorrow, I would possibly think about a blue control build.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I think we've seen has done quite well, but I'd also probably try and push something yellow. I mean, the Shine
Sure.
Graham Bone
Yeah.
bias aside, I think Shine would have a field day. Like,
Sure.
providing it gets into this top cut, like Shine just outshines. Wow, that wasn't intentional, and I'm not proud of it. Like, it just answers so much of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and I think I'd be bringing red yellow control.
Yeah, that's a good show as well.
It's for the same reasons, right? Like we're seeing decks that are trying to be aggressive, and that deck just goes, "No, you aren't aggressive. You just have nothing on board now." So I think that could be maybe the play for something along those lines tomorrow. But yeah, don't forget, guys, you can still sign up. I'll try and find the link to post in chat in a minute. For the tournament tomorrow, it's still free to enter. Prizes are courtesy of our wonderful sponsors,
which are Ultimate Guard, who, I think if you're a card game aficionado, you don't need to introduce them, but I will just for the sake of it. They have sleeves, they have mats, they have the Hive. All hail the Hive. Seriously, it's one of the best products for, like, if you have multiple decks like me and Connor do, it's just so good.
Found my Hive.
You should just show off the lovely Hive. It's so good.
Look at how many decks could fit in here if they weren't out currently on display.
Genuinely, I genuinely rate having the Hive. Like, it's so good for, like, when you're testing for tournaments.
Yeah.
So good if you just got, like, here are my card games. Here is one each deck. I can just bring this with me and I don't have to mess around.
Yep.
And also the Digital Colosseum for that hugely generous top 4 invite to their 1K event that is happening in July.
Yeah.
So yeah, and obviously a shout out to Azim for putting this all together. If you are watching this stream, please subscribe to his channel. He's doing this for free, and like, who doesn't like free stuff?
Well,
everyone likes free stuff. I like free stuff.
Exactly. Free stuff is great, but on top of that, it's also important at this time of the game, right? The game is still trying to get itself like established because we can't play in person. So, having tournaments like this to play in where there is good prize support, and then from this a chance at even better prize support for this 1K. I mean, free entry is amazing for something like this.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, coming from Dragon Ball, like, if this was something here in this first year of Dragon Ball, I'd be so on that. Like, so the fact that it's already here for Digimon is huge, and so yeah, like, if you ever are on the fence about this, like, you've got nothing to lose by entering. It's as we've said, it's free entry. Like, and the chance of being in the top 4, the way Digimon's built, you can come back. That's like it's not all lost. So
Well, yeah, it's not as matchup based as some other games, right?
Mm.
It's not as if like you sit there and go, "Oh, I immediately lose this," which means that you have a pretty good shot. You play well, you draw well, you can get there. And we've seen quite a few different decks doing well today, and you know, maybe if you still have a chance to sign up and have the time to play tomorrow, you can join us. There will be coverage tomorrow again. You know, I've got nothing else better to do this weekend. So, so don't forget to hit subscribe to the channel. Maybe hit a like, because it's not easy to find Digimon content to watch, right? Like, I love to sit down and watch streams, but it's not always easiest to find. So make sure it's out there for people to find, and stay tuned, because we will be back after this last break for maybe last break for what could potentially be the final round. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, one and all, to a Lone Collectors Winner Box Tournament 1.0 extravaganza super fun time party. I am joined by Connor. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm just enjoying you having to make up a new name every round. It's great.
It's like no idea what to call it, so I'm just going to start having fun with it.
And we actually see that featured in this match, we actually have the Digidestination 3 1.5 launch event winner from the UK and Ireland Discord server. On screen, we have Aaron up against Gumax once again on the blue Imperial Dramon. There's a little bit of story on why we're featuring Gumax again. There are actually 3 undefeated at this point, so this could potentially be the final round, depending on how the down pair goes. But we wanted to bring you the top table where, in theory, someone here is going to win, right? Is the idea.
Yeah.
And if someone wins here and they win on the bottom the table and the down pair, then we'll have an extra round. So we will see. Looks like a slow start though for Gumax with the blue Imperial Drill, just going fridge pass
And responds with
Oh!
a TK.
But that's a TK without passing turn.
Oh, that's
the Shine Greymon things are happening.
that's gonna be good.
He gets to keep the turn after the TK. He's never going to get memory choked. He even gets himself a rookie.
That is huge. That is a huge play. And also, yeah, as you mentioned, gets that Patamon, gets that draw. Oh, the memory choke is happening. This is everything Shine Greymon wants and nothing what Pyldramon wants.
It's
This
not
is-
even... No, Shine Greymon doesn't even need to do this. It
No,
just
true.
did it anyway.
This is just giving it everything you got. And as you mentioned, there is the Mastimon.
Yeah, so card not seeing that much play. There's a lot of Shine Greymon lists without it, but it does have, potential for kind of helping finish games, which Shine Greymon weirdly can struggle with, right? Like, it can be hard for it to finish a game. It might be able to clear the ball, but can get stuck and not be able to pressure back. That is a way of getting there.
It's a one solution to that problem.
Yeah.
And as we saw there, XVmon coming down and like hammer sparked, but yeah, like forcing hammer sparks for this, it's not good. Doesn't feel good.
I mean, yeah, but here you just go 6k over the fridge, right? Like, or you fine.
Hi, my name is Rise Greymon.
We'll Rise Greymon Kyrie over the fridge. Let's go.
Oh, this is just scary, man. Just this.
When Shine gets that slight edge early, it just feels gross because it already has the best thing.
Just not wasting any time.
Just blow up the board. Why not? Let's do this.
Yeah.
Gets the
cutting off
Patamon.
any momentum at the legs.
Oh.
Yeah, Shine Greymon, showing why Shine Greymon is Shine Greymon.
Yeah.
And it's a nice alt art version as well. I'm very much a fan of the playmat with the Dark Masters and the good guys on it. It's a really cool map.
I mean, okay, so you've clearly had a slightly dead hand. Like we can tell that the Imperial one had the slightly dead hand there, right? Because they basically went champion, oh, and having that blown up back, yeah, pop it go. Oof.
I think he's bricked hard here. Like no draw, down to 3 cards in hand.
Ouch. In the memory. Yeah, like he hasn't hit a rookie.
I guess, yeah, because there's no Digivolution there. Like he's still on Demi Vmon.
And not only has he not hit the rookie, but like Shine's had the punish.
Oh yeah. Oh, and there's Lotmon. Hi Lotmon, how are you doing? Hey, guess what? Lotmon's one of my favorite Digimon.
You can't say that about all of them.
I can. They're all my favorites.
That's not how favorites work.
Are you telling a parent that they can't pick both of their children as their favorite children?
Yes, because clearly one of them is actually the better child.
Well, if I had to choose between Terriermon and Lotmon, I'd probably choose Lotmon, to be honest. Look at it.
Okay, so this one is, but we can't say that about Terriermon, all right? As we see Terriermon come down again, opting not to take the card off security, that's a mind game.
Right, you could have had his Tamer active. Yeah. Oh, no, he's still on
memory
5.
choke. He's got the
Well,
Shakumamon to stop the puppet from doing anything. Oh,
it's just, yeah. This other man, this is
oh no, he's
like
just...
a Kakai's breath doesn't get you out of this because you just replay Shine.
He has the
Yeah,
extra security from Rise now too.
yeah,
Oh
just
dear
XV
me.
mod path. Yikes! Still no rookie. This is
Yeah, it's just playing
you
off the
hate to
top.
see it. You hate to see it. You hate
Yeah,
to see a game
yeah,
like
and
this.
it's not how the Digimon TCGs are supposed to go, right? Like you should almost always have something available to you. But it looks like maybe he's just got like hands of 4s and 6s. Sure, let's
Just gonna
play this.
check my
Let's just
security,
take
man.
this extra TK. Let's just be extra rude.
No.
He has enough in play for this as well.
Oh
He
man.
can just pick up the board and clear it off.
He's
Yep.
gonna as well. Yeah. I mean, you might as well, right?
He goes to 4. Patamon gains 1, goes back to 3. 16k's worth. Deals with the
Oh.
14. It's a rookie.
I mean, maybe. I mean, to be fair, he's still got all his security. Like,
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like Rise has been busy dealing with that board. It hasn't done anything to pressure. I mean, it doesn't matter because it has got 4 security checks available to it next turn.
oh yeah, like, but I mean, making a valiant effort, right? Like, now look, I had a champion in hand. So that's like he saw all 4 of his XV mons really early.
Yeah, it looked like maybe they just had all hung out together. You know, there was an XVmon party, just passes.
That's
That's not good.
not even attempted to play something. That's, I mean,
Yeah, Patamon. Okay, right. So Shine goes in for 15 security plus 1.
there's nothing in your security that can really help either. Like, as I
This
said, even
Kikaita's breath,
Kikai's
right? But
doesn't save you. Like, it
no,
just delays it.
Uni.
Oh,
We're
and
not
just setting up a blocker.
just to go. No, we've got this double blocker on the
Onto the one.
one. Oh no. Shine's just quite strong, isn't it?
I mean, just go to game 2 here, right? Like,
Yeah. There's no way. Double Shine on board, you ain't beating.
yeah. Like,
Um,
yeah. That was very unfortunate. Hopefully, we see a pile shuffle here from
from
the
Kumax, yeah. Like he kind of needs to, right? Like that was rough. That was
Right.
whiffing everything. Like there were no
Yeah.
rookies. He couldn't even go into like 5s to go into Imperial Dramon from, right? Like he couldn't just go Dino B pass,
Yeah, man.
which was better than the options he had. Like that was pretty gross. But on top of that, Shine doesn't always get to punish, right? Giving Shine early memory can lead to early tamers, but going TK turn 1 as Shine is just back-breaking.
And the
for
turn just
DMX.
not passing, like, and getting that Patamon, getting that draw, like, just so much happened off of that one TK.
Yeah. So TK is the closest thing this game has, in my opinion, to like a dedicated search card, right?
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Because with 5 cards going into security and you get to choose any one, to me, that feels the closest thing we're going to get to a search card for like a little, without picking up your deck and having a look.
Yeah.
And we see that here, right? I need a rookie. I'll go grab a rookie. I want a Shine. I'll go grab my Shine. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, it is. You're definitely not wrong there. Like, that is a another advantage of the TK on top of its already enormous advantages. Like, yeah, it's
Much
so
better start.
a bit of a better start. You got the Vmon, so you've got a draw, and you've got the Elecmon down. So and then you're starting with the cute little. Oh my god, look at it! And then there's Patamon from the promos. We like promo Patamon. Cute little boom bubble.
Turn 1 TK. That's...
I mean, putting them on 2, not the end of the world.
No, I honestly really like to like starting TK is just so strong for this deck because the number of plays you get access to from 3 memory compared to the like anything less, is
Oh,
insane.
God.
Okay, he's going Shine, which either means that's all Tamers. Like, going Shine on this board means that he either is likely to get to Shine aggressively, or everything else in there is stuff he wants you to check.
Yeah, I mean, like he hesitated for a while there. Like that wasn't as a snap as the first TK from
Yeah.
last game where it was just boom grabbing this. It was, huh. And maybe it is just mind games. Maybe like it's like, oh no, now what if I swing in and I'm just giving him more? I mean, like it's I do not envy Gumax's position here.
No, well, and like we saw that in the last game, right? When he played the Lotmon and chose not to take it, you're like, what is that card? Like, what am I about to swing into? Like, how bad news is this?
And we're seeing a hammer spam.
Yeah, Hammer Spark opens up a lot of options.
Oh, being safe and just dropping a Eldramon.
This is
So
actually
now-
surprisingly strong.
But yeah, 7k, but obviously jamming. It's also opening up those further down the line players. So yeah, I
Yeah.
can get behind it.
I mean, okay, it can get punished if we see exactly Rise, Tamer, Shine.
That is true, yeah.
And we know he at least has to Shine, right? Okay, so
Oh, that's not
that's
Rise.
but that's equally good here. And
Oh.
Slash. Yep.
Okay.
I like the Slash Greymon. The Slash Angemon, sorry. Like, that's a solid one of.
Yeah. I like it. I like this version of Shine Greymon. It's got Master Mode, it's got Slash Angemon. It's a nice little bit of tech tools in there to help Shine out in with those difficult things that it can often find. Well, not difficult, but you know what I mean. Like it can get stuck, like you mentioned, and it's like these are nice little tips to help it out.
Okay, so for Imperial Draw, they're on 5 security, right? So you want to get 1 check because it disables the Keep Him on as well, which is fine. You weren't expecting the Electmon to survive. XV, Dino B, go to 3, go. Over to you.
Keeping that Dino be safe.
That's something that I think a lot of players forget, right? Against a deck which has so much removal like Shine, you can use your raising area for this specifically. Keep something safe out of the way until the turn you can go Imperial will get them.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
You know, it's something that I'm used to seeing more with like the red Omni decks where they would go tall in the stack in raising because it's like, yeah, cool, you can't Gaia it. And then by the time it comes out, it's an Omni, and I'm going to get enough value from that one turn that even if you Gaia it, you're still behind.
Yeah, I know, right. And speaking of protection, we do have our sponsor, Ultimate Guard, who will protect your cards from all of the vicious forces of the outside world.
As we see, Rise for no Tamer. So
That is...
this does make me... So along with the early Shine take from security, makes me think there's a lot of Tamers in this security stack.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just again, the opposite of the first game. Just bad luck upon bad luck.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that, right? Like, I'd still say kind of ahead on board. The Dino B's got to stay there or risk getting blown up suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's got that Shine in hand, right? Like that's a huge factor. So it's like, So he's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to go into the Imperial. You can get quite a few checks in, right? Still, you can get 2 it down now. Play the Davis. Like the fact that you haven't seen Tamers so far and not swinging in means that you kind of feel safe, right? Like you're probably not getting your Imperial like shined.
Yeah.
So I can understand it this turn, right? Like you have enough information that you're probably safe.
Yeah, and not swinging in like with those 2 attacks and getting both of them be Tamers is
exactly.
Yeah,
like you can be a bit like Shine is one of those decks that kind of makes you be patient, right? And you're under no pressure, right? Like there might be 2 security checks. You very rarely want to check security with slash Angemon, to be honest, because 8k is not a lot.
Yeah.
Like 8k will die to puppets, it'll die to Imperial Dramons. Like there's all sorts that you really don't want to be hitting into. But
Hmm,
it looks like a slightly maybe dead hand.
quite possibly.
We're gonna see the shine for
Ooh.
one. Just
I mean,
deal
gonna kill
with
the XP mon, right?
yeah. Like I kind of see that as a nice play, because if the Imperial Dramon swings in and remains rested at the end of this turn, you can now trade over it.
Yeah.
Or at least crash it, which, considering that's all their investment in one card, might be worth doing.
I could see it. I could see that being advantageous. Just trying to goad him into attacking. It's like, look, I don't have shine now. Like, you don't have to worry about my tamers. Although we didn't see Upmon getting.
Digivolve either, so it might just be a kind of dead hand.
Hmm.
But I'm trying to work out how, like, what it would be dead on. It must be a couple of 4s, like it must be a couple of vanilla 4-drops or something. We saw a Repamon hard played earlier, right? So it might well be that it's like, okay, now we see the Patamon, so I assume it'll be like a Tyriamon or something like that he's been sat on and like it's just been stuck in hand.
I mean, he's got a big hand. It's just like, can it be used? That's the question.
I mean, I don't know what, like, I'm trying to work out what his hand could be that has led to these turns, because, and it's kind of the same for both. Like Dino B back the other way, that's not a lot.
No.
So we're just gonna try and finish it all in one turn. The Glorious
Ooh.
Burst. Ooh, I like it. Glorious Burst
Yeah.
deletes the Imperial Dramon. Doesn't give that much memory over either.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, he can bring out Dino B and go for another Imperial Dramon, but like, again, just like, it's not. Swinging with a Dino B.
Yeah, bit of jamming.
Yeah, it's jamming, so it's safe in there. Yeah,
I'm just assuming everything's jamming now.
everything jams. So gonna set. No, okay, draw.
Yeah.
And then gonna swing. Potentially, maybe.
I mean, at this point, your opponent's on 3, which means they've already got all their toys. So, there is a reason to maybe just go, okay, let's just keep getting him. But I also like the Vmon. Like, you're gonna have to swing multiple times to win. So this sets up with the Davis. I mean, like Vmon into X Vmon.
Yeah.
Right. So you can go Vmon, swing Imperial Dramon, swing Vmon, X Vmon, restand 1, get him to get rid of the lost security.
Really
so I think that might be the play that we're looking at here. He would need an extra restand, which he doesn't get currently, so doesn't quite have lethal on board, but he's also not under that much pressure coming back, right? The Churimon coming back the other way now. Shine's just kind of chilling, like just doing security +1. Slash is just kind of a bit meh right now.
All right. Oh, and hard dropping a blocker there.
That's what it must like. It kind of makes sense with like how he played earlier on, that like that kind of had to be the hand of like Churimon blockers and stuff, because we didn't see any 4s for a little while. Next Vmon comes in. You can just chill this turn, I think. I think you don't need to do anything.
Yeah, you don't always have to swing, right? You don't always have to push and be on the gas. Like, you can just take your time and think things through.
Yeah, like part of me is thinking like, okay, we got to deal with the blocker now, so we need the extra attack. But we can get pretty close. Like, we can still go Imperial Dramon. Dino B for piercing is really good.
Yeah.
Especially...
How are you going to block me? Well, still going to take damage.
and Shine's just kind of got a lot of nothing going on. There is an argument that maybe they should have been more aggressive and like have been checking security with this Shine basically every turn where they haven't been, right? Because it's
Yeah.
unlikely to die. You might as well start chipping in to at least put some form of clock for your opponent.
Yeah, right now it's just a bit of a. Oh, there's a nice little bit of recovery. Right now he has no pressure, so he can just be like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay, we are seeing another Shine to kill off the Vmon, which does shut down that X Vmon player.
it does, but like, why was there no check? Like,
Yeah,
sure, there's
again.
there's no need for it to be security +1, right? Like, there's a lot of value in just chipping away here. Like, you have 12k DP. Sure, the Imperial Dramon might want to swing into you, but like, at least get some form of pressure going.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, there's a TK.
Yeah. So the security stack being. Oh, that was actually no. That was the recovered
That
one,
was
right?
from top deck, yeah.
I mean, this changes things a lot because now everything's slightly scary. Because right,
Oh, just rapid one, okay. You have to imagine those two those last two
well, either there was a whole lot of nothing in there earlier, right, or a lot of tamers. Right, that's kind of the only two modes that I can think of for this. As we see double Imperial Dramon now in play. 2 security checks left, but again, potential for a bunch of security checks for Shine. They just haven't been taking it, right? Like Shine is now bigger than the Imperial Dramon, or is it the same size? I think they're 13s. I can't remember if they're 12 or 13. 12s. So the Shines can now swing over Imperial Dramons, but so they should almost certainly be going into security now, right?
Yeah, right? You have to imagine.
Is Gumax playing copies of Omni? He's
I
not.
don't think so. I haven't seen him.
That's a shame because if he was, that would be quite.
Shine Greymon, boom.
Yeah, just go Shine. All right, cool. Okay, so now we're going in. So Salmon recovers one, moves one the other way. So down to.
I mean,
Four
you push, right? You have to push.
You have to push. Like this is almost a trap that Shine Greymon leads you into. It just by its playstyle. It's so good at coming back to board, you kind of forget that you can just attack. Right? Like you're so good at it.
Yeah.
That you could just be aggressive.
Wait, what? No, what?
Okay, so now we're just going all out and trying to win the game.
Yeah, I guess if it's not Kakaya's breath, yeah, GG.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
fair
all
enough.
right, fine. Sure.
Yeah.
And that's the series.
That's all.
Game one was a lot more one-sided, but eventually Shine went, "Oh wait, no, I can just win, right?
I can just win, right? Like all I have to do is just attack. Yeah, that's kind of the point."
Well, that's actually something that is very difficult about the Digimon card games, almost, of tracking the amount of security checks you have, how much they can block, how much security you need. Like you end up in positions you go, "Wait, I can win," and like it's really not obvious that you can win, right? Because you have like a lot of checks, but in like slightly weird ways. But yeah, we see Shine take the W and move to be at least one of the 5 and O's going in to the next round. Let's go see if table 2 is still in action. It's not, which means that I can check the result. Aaron won as well. So the final round will be Aaron. Aaron won table 1, we was table 2. Table 2, the quirky collectibles did indeed take that. So our final round will be Aaron versus the Quirky Collectibles, a Shine Greymon versus Rookie Rush matchup.
Oh, very nice.
Have you
Okay.
played that matchup much?
No, I haven't because I play Mega Zoo and Shine. Like, so I guess it's kind of the same. It's going to be interesting.
Hmm.
It's going to be very much dependent on who can get out of the starting blocks first, I think.
Well, it depends how well equipped the Shine list is to deal with Rookie Rush, right? Like, you obviously have the ability to just Shine clear a lot of their board.
Yeah.
But we also sell the Shakumamon, which means that, like, if it's the hard played rookies, you can just freeze.
Yeah, the Shikakumon is huge, and I'm checking to see how many he plays of it. Just the one. Just the
Okay.
one.
I don't know how big of a deal it makes because, like, obviously they could just put a champion on top and then they're fine. But it feels like it can buy you a turn. Meanwhile, the Rookie Rush is also looking to buy turns because it can puppet. It can also it'll look to play a lot of the Aruramon and a lot of the 5K rookies because those are just awkward to deal with. Having to sync two different pings of your Shine Greymon into one rookie feels real bad.
Yeah,
So,
it does.
not sure how this is going to end up.
I mean, personally, I like Shine Greymon a lot.
Sure.
I just love seeing Shine Greymon doing Shine Greymon things. So even if it loses, as long as we at least see Shine Greymon just nuke a board, can't be mad. Can't be mad at that.
Sure. Yeah, no,
There's just
it'll be
something about
interesting.
carnage, right? Like you
Yeah.
love to see it.
Well, it's also people like watching Rookie Rush lose.
Well, there's that. I mean, I don't particularly want to see it lose because I think Rookie Rush versus Shine is quite an interesting match, and if rookies can sneak in there and get it, that's awesome.
Mhm.
But I just want devastation. Like, I mean, I'm a man who witnessed a Gaia Force attack an innocent sandcastle building Digimon, and so I'm all for Shine Greymon just deleting all of these rookie Digimon from existence. Because
Do you want me to put you in touch with a therapist for this? You've brought up this incident a lot today.
it's
do you need to talk to someone? Are you okay?
I have weekly therapy, and I probably should mention it in the next time
Like-
I go. Just I'm still not over this.
I was talk to me about is anything been on your mind? I watched a sandcastle get murdered.
It was having fun, and it just went boom.
But we will be back shortly for the final round of Azim, the Lone Collector's winner box of 1.0 thing. Sponsored and brought to you by Ultimate Guard and the Digital Colosseum. The other table's finished, so we probably won't be too long, and we will be back soon.
You
Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of today's A Lone Collector Winner Box Spectacular Fun, brought to you by Ultimate Guard.
Well, that was
Brought
close.
to you by Ultimate Guard and the Digital Colosseum. And I am Scott Severin, of course, and definitely know who has sponsored this event. And I am joined by Connor. How are we doing, sir?
I am very good. I'm very good. Looking forward to this final round of Digimon action. Winner takes home the box. Well, not takes it home because it's got to get shipped because,
Ships home the box.
and frankly, they're paying for postage, I think, as well. So, like, they are literally shipping it to themselves. But as we get underway, we have the one and only Aaron. Aaron. Is
Aaron.
playing Yellow Shine that we saw from the last round against the Quirky Collectibles, who I think was playing Blue Green Rookie Rush.
Very nice. Nice Demon Slayer map there with, I think, Pokemon sleeves. I could be wrong there. And also a Naruto Boruto Chrono Cross counter. Very mixed. Very
it's a bit of everything over there.
yeah, got to love to see the representation. And yeah, as we mentioned, Shine Greymon last game, dismantling a Pyldramon, which was nice and fancy. I think
Yeah, it felt fairly
There is a-
straightforward.
again, 10-1 TK. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was Patamon TK Go. The Repamon. The Repamon is actually a really strong card because it's a 3-cost champion. Hard play. Like, yeah, I'll do that so I can get to my 5s easier. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's just good. Isn't it? Like I like how Digimon has just like these cards are just good.
Yeah.
Like, objectively, these are good cards. So there's an Elecmon for 2.
And
we do see the Vmon in the raising area there, actually.
we do. So, and that's insta wide board. Like, that's how you come back against the turn 1 TK, right? If you can go 3 2-drops like this, they're behind now.
Oh yeah, that's 4 attacks next turn.
Yeah, and one of them is definitely going to stick because it has jamming. Like, that's a lot of pressure as we see the rise
into Kairi.
Actually, I also don't hate the star deck TK there. The plus 1000 DP is actually really big against all these attacks.
Yeah, that would have been nice. So here we see the jamming.
Jamming straight away. Survives, obviously.
Survives because it's Angel Woman.
5 survives.
Not Palmon survives. That's really not great. Oh, okay. So you hit a Tamer, it's fine.
Yeah, but it does mean you survive, right? So, okay, the Shine's definitely coming. We know that much.
And he has 3 Tamers, so he's going to be able to clear that board.
Yeah. Slash gets the Elec. Okay, that's actually kind of big, because it now means that everything can be cleaned up using the... Oh, no, it can't. I don't think it splits out nicely. It doesn't quite.
No, because that 5k, right?
Yeah. So you actually have to trade at least one of them, and you're going to go XV anyway. So that's all of the security gone in one turn. Okay. We ain't hanging around here. I'm just going to push my button.
We were talking how this is going to be a quick game, but boy!
Yeah, we were not prepared.
This has been very back and forth. This is why I love the Digimon card game. When you got players that know what they're doing, know how cards are working, it's just very back and forth, and it can be bang, 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 bang. And it's enthralling to watch because so much just happens so quick. It's great.
So we're going to see the Rise Greymon trade over at least something. So there goes the 5, right? And now we're going to have to shine, and we're going to have to hope to have some form of recovery immediately because I'm scared.
Yeah, I think maybe an Angel Woman in hand. Oh no! Ooh,
well, we saw the Angel Woman. I don't know how many copies they're playing, but like we saw one get checked from security, right? So
there's the shine, and there's the board gone.
Yeah, so there's 2
copies
of Angel Woman.
All of that, and then just what's it called? Like all they have to do is start putting down some cheap Churk, and that's not like okay, it's recovery, but it's like you're going to give them. I guess because then considering. Okay, no, that was actually probably a really smart player. Thinking about it,
this is fine because you get something into security, like your security, so they require 2 attacks. You can check 2 of their security guaranteed with Rise. with Shine Greymon and the security attack +1, right? So you're not so worried now. As we just see a Vmon pass in security in the raising area, so not a strong follow up. Salmon just getting the attack in.
I mean, hoping for the deletion there, right, on the Salmon.
You really are. But they didn't get it. It was the Gabumon that was checked. As we now
That's,
go
unfortunate.
Shine for security +1. So down to 2 security for the rookie rush. Are we throwing the Patamon in now as well, just for?
I mean, you do, right? I mean,
There-
Patamon,
there's very
unless
little
you've got a
reason-
blocker.
Yeah. I mean,
that's-
okay, this is fine too. Like now we get to go Digivolve, attack, almost certainly survive.
Yeah, against Rookie Rush. Yeah. I don't think there's anything in the deck that can, unless it's Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think it's playing Gorillas.
Or is it playing Gorillas as well? Okay, then yeah,
So
Gorillas.
let's have a look. Yeah, it's got Gorillas. Okay, so it's Gorillas
Okay.
and Puppets, but definitely enough there to make them think. You can also just hard play a blocker here, right? And that's still really strong. Like, look at the cards in hand.
Yeah. Did he play Patamon this turn? So can I even attack this turn? Or was that last turn?
Patamon was last turn.
Okay, so Patamon can swing, and that's alright.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just double checking the memory because would have gained some from Kyrie.
Is that only 2 cards? 3 cards in hand? Damn.
For rookies? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they've drawn much. It's just been kind of hard play. But yeah, they're just double checking that all the memory adds up. It's actually one of the nice things about the game is it kind of has like a memory built in, right? Like, as in, like, it's easy to work out board states because you're like, okay, I paid this
He's
much
like,
for this and
boop,
this
boop.
much for this, and like you just passed on this. So yeah,
And there's
I,
the hard block.
yeah, I actually really like that.
Yeah, same. You can afford to not lose to anyone there, and then Shine could just go brr.
Yeah, you get the 2 checks guaranteed. On 2 memory, Rookie Rush doesn't have a way to deal with the. At least I can't think of anyway. Like you can puppet here, right? Like you can almost swing puppet is also fine.
Yeah,
Right, swing bait,
puppet.
swing bait the block and then go puppet. So it's everybody stops fighting instead. So this
Stops being KO'd by battle, right?
Yeah. So if you can now Hammer Spark puppet, I'm intrigued.
Hammer Spark puppet would be very nice here.
Hammer Spark puppet is game winning, I think.
Oh yeah, because he's only got 1 security.
And there'll be 2 attacks available for the turn after. It's in theory still 5 into second shine or something like that can clear up a lot, but doesn't look like it. Like hasn't drawn that many cards either, so it's not terribly likely.
yeah.
So it's just going to be an Arurumon, which is basically the game outside.
Yeah,
of...
I don't think there's a way out of this.
Is there a Flower Cannon in the list?
I don't think
There
I saw
are 2 Flower Cannons.
Oh,
so
okay.
Flower Cannon security check. Let's go.
We've seen it once today.
That's not it.
That is not it.
That is
Oh,
also not it.
Okay, I did not realize he had 2 security left. And that's game.
And there goes game 1. Shine. There was a lot of pressure, and Shine just went, "No, it's good."
Yeah, I love that. Kept his cool. Like that is true. Like we see there that he is the Digi Destination 3 winner, and like it takes a lot to keep composure after losing all of your security in 1 turn.
Yeah, like that was a lot of pressure, and he just went, "Yeah, it's cool. Shine, mine."
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Shine. I think not getting rocked by what your opponent does really helps in Digimon. Like you don't always want to be following. It's like chess, right? You don't want to just be my opponent makes something, I react to it. You want to be able to twist that around and make it so your opponent's doing what you want to do.
Mhm.
And I feel like you can easily go down a path of I'm constantly just answering my opponent rather than putting pressure on.
Yep, and I think that's something that happens a lot with some of these more controlly decks, like Shine can, right? You get so preoccupied with stopping people that you're like, oh wait,
Yeah.
I should try and win.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the low key things about the Rise Greymon. Not only is it that you cheat some of the tamers into play, that security attack +1 completely shortens the clock for your opponent.
Mm.
And against decks that don't have things like Omni, you get so much like value from your Shine Greymons attacking. As we see Vmon and Lekmon go basically as good as it gets for your Rookie Rush opener.
Is there a TK opening? There is not a TK opening this time.
Well, no, there could be. He could opt to give him 3. He could opt to give him 3. All right, he could still go TK here. No, going straight into a Sirenmon.
Saruman kind of scares me, I'm not gonna lie. It's just a really weird design. And there's something in my brain that's like, nope, don't like that.
Also, it's one of those, if I had the choice to not play this card, I would not play this card.
Okay, fair enough.
I
can get behind that reason.
There's nothing in that slot that's better. I just don't think it's particularly great. The 2-cost evolution is nice, but that's like the only.
There's a Spark as well there. Huh.
Yeah, so Spark,
Ooh,
Rise, Shine.
Losing a Shine and a Rise, that is some good security hits.
And actually, it's also fine here because going to 3 security is kind of fine because they had the Cupimon, right? They're playing the 4 Upa 1 Cupie.
Yeah.
But the fact that they had the Cupimon first means that you're okay doing this because they're not going to get draws for like at least 2 turns. So this is fine. The Siramon is going to trade off this XVmon, which kind of sucks for you, but again, you've got to put the pressure on when you can. Still has the turn, so it can just drop another 2-drop. Is quite likely. But even going like Gabumon here for 3 and just cycling a card is fine.
Yeah, getting a card right, like it's not the worst idea in the world. It also puts another body on the board. Like it's not.
Like, well, the nice thing there is it keeps your Hammer Sparks alive as well next turn, right? Like you want to keep a blue Digimon in play, and this way you can guarantee something sticks. But we haven't seen a tamer yet. We haven't seen anything. I mean, I say it's turn 2. But yeah, as we see the 2-cost Mushroomon get played. Siren just gets straight. He's like, no, right. First thing, like,
no.
get out.
Get out of here.
And no way of dealing with the mushroom though. Gonna Digivolve Slash. There is a way to deal with the mushroom, even if it is a slightly weird looking play. Keeps the turn as well because of the Patamon, so still on 0, and has the like can drop something alongside. This is where something like a Repamon could be good. They're just discussing that the Patamon puts him back to 0. These inheritables are like, I like playing the game, but playing it over webcam is not easy because of the number of inheritables you have to track on your opponent's stuff. And whilst you can, and like you can see the top Pokemon, like the top Digimon.
The Pokemons, the Pokemon.
I'm giving away my true allegiances here. You can see those super clearly, but like tracking all the inheritables is really hard. As we see Patamon get played, Upa V. It's just good stuff, isn't it, for Rookie Rush?
Yeah. And there's the Gabu.
Yep. Just cycle that card.
Spark and probably an Elec here.
Something like that would be good, or like any of the 2s, right?
Yeah. Pretty easy read there. But yeah, still nice nevertheless. Like,
yeah, it's 3 attacks.
Actually threatening lethal.
Yeah, exactly. Like that doesn't look like a particularly strong turn, but with the fact that it doesn't actually matter how strong the thing attacking security really is, it doesn't only remove security if it's stronger. This is threatening lethal immediately. And the fact that you had to evolve the Chirimon there means that it's going to have to be a hard played blocker to deal with something.
Which is quite a lot of memory.
Yeah.
So while it will save him this turn, like it allows a big sell for next turn,
Yeah.
So okay, we're seeing the swing in here.
Go and check that security. Might as well whilst we're here. It's a
That
VMon.
is fine.
I mean, 8K probably survives. It's basically the Puppet Mon, and only the Puppet
Yeah,
Mon you
true. It
have to
gets
worry
over
about.
6. So yeah.
And actually, seeing the VMon there is kind of nice anyway. Like, you're probably
Just
dead
keep
next
going.
turn. Okay, so is there anything in security that can save us? Do we play any? We play Glorious Burst, but that doesn't
He does play
activate.
Glorious Bears. We have seen Glorious
But,
Bears.
but that doesn't activate from security.
Oh, it just adds a hand.
Yeah,
So
no, it
take
doesn't
him.
do anything from security.
So yeah, game
yeah.
3. Here we come. Fast and Furious.
Yeah, back and
Yeah.
forth. I mean, that's rookie rush, right? That's we're getting this game done now.
Yeah.
And no
Also,
hanging around.
XVMon proving why XVMon's actually a really good card.
Yeah.
Like,
That one extra check makes a surprisingly large difference in a lot of games.
yeah, like chip damage. That's why Rookie Rush is one of the decks to play in this card game. Yeah, like there's not much more to say other than it's a really cost-effective strategy that if it works, you see here, like game 1 took him down to 0 life, 0 security in 1 turn, and here just managed to chip away to the point where having 3 creatures, Digimon on board was enough.
Yeah, no, it's really good for this, right? Like the ability for it to get under decks, where a lot of people play decks that try to do things and require setting up. Rookie Rush just goes, nah, I don't. What's a setup? I'll just play cards and get you. And there is a big merit for it. And it's actually important to have in the game because it means then that you kind of stop decks from being too greedy, right? Like you can't all just go and play ultra greedy Shine Greymon lists, right? Like
Yeah,
you have to play decks that can have ways to beat quick decks. But also it's extremely cheap. As in like, okay, it was extremely cheap. And then everyone realized it was really good. So like actually getting your hands on all the key rookies can be kind of expensive now, considering they're like commons and like rares, but like getting your hand on a set of VMon and X VMon doesn't break the bank, which means that anyone can play what is actually one of the best decks in the game.
yeah, and I think that's one of Digimon's key strengths here. Like a lot of talk is like on how expensive some cards become, but if you are just looking to be competitive, yeah, Rookie Rush, man, or Megazoo, right? Like it's not the hardest deck in the world to build a budget version of Megazoo because there are just those cheap megas that can do the same job. Yeah, it's not going to be as 100% effective, but if you just want to get started and start getting into the competitive side of Digimon, it's a good place to start.
Yeah, we see kind of a slow start for Yellow, right? The Salamon into Repamon, not a lot. But we also saw kind of a slower start for Rookie Rush this game, right?
And
Going
then
Gabu is not amazing as we see Kyrie come into play.
Yeah, and neither are explosive, right? Like neither are explosive, like we have seen throughout this tournament. Like we've seen Yellow being able to have an explosive turn, and that is actually really huge.
Ooh.
These
So
are
this
both
is-
going to survive now.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the nuts because that's basically 2 jammings like out of nowhere.
Yeah, cards that don't have jamming now have jamming, and a Hammer Spark here, so probably going into a 2-drop. Probably the Floral, not Palmon. I'm just going to call it not Palmon.
Aruramon. Yep,
Yeah.
there it is. And goes now to 3 from the Kyrie. Keep him on off the top. A bit late for that now.
Honestly, I think that might have just stole this game.
That was actually a really strong stop fighting. The Repamon can trade off the Elec.
True.
So there you still have some time. You draw for the Uber as well this turn. If you can go Rise here, that's also really
That's
good.
also really handy, actually. So as you were mentioning, playing it harding from hand, like will slow these down. Like they can't attack that turn, right?
Well, they can attack, but they can't. They have security attack -1. So that's actually a key distinction, right? They can trade over things. So that Lopmon they could still trade over, but they can't check security, which is important this turn. And now you can kind of sit on this because until they puppet, you're fine. And if they puppet, you probably like your shine, right? Like getting that much memory as a shine Greymon deck, you should be able to respond to the puppet turn.
Oh yeah. So that Shikakumon there was huge.
Some
And it's a one of right in this deck as well.
yeah, it
so that's
is. And we're
still
just gonna
trying
see
to
it.
keep him low
Yeah.
memory though. But
Which
that's not terribly important.
yeah, it makes sense too, but like that's 3 things in play that can do nothing.
Yeah.
Right? Like there are 3 things that are just sat there. In the case of at least
Oh,
they can digivolve, but
that's
like
huge.
the TK is nice now because it just gets rid of that choke.
Yep.
And we see the Churaimon. That tells us he probably has a 5 in hand that he wants to get this Lopmon into and hasn't been able to yet.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
So what we'll see now is that if this Gabumon wants to swing, it can get traded off with the Churaimon. Right? You're going to get multiple ways to clear these boards. Just double checking Quirky's list. He's not playing any of the green 4s. His only 4s, his only champ in the decks are the XVs and the Gorillas. So once he plays these things, they're sticking, right? Like, yeah.
Mm.
So here we see the puppet
El
turn.
Papitman.
Which actually the board state for puppet is great because it's 2 5s alongside it. Right? That
Mm.
means that the shine's very unlikely to be able to deal with much if the shine comes down this turn. We see the Churimon. Saying that, we could see something like Rise here, and then we start looking at it again. Also, you don't actually have to deal with it with this turn. I've just realized. None of these things can attack you for security damage next turn. Right?
It's true. I mean,
the only one
puppets-
you have to remove is Puppet.
Yeah. You just got to get rid of Puppet.
Was he about to suspend Puppet? I was confused. So he goes
what
Rise.
tamer will we get? Do we have a tamer?
I would expect so. Yep.
Yeah.
Big enough hand.
We
Lopmon
know he has a shine.
Yeah. So this shine dealing with Puppet is all it needs to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Bye bye Puppet.
Still his turn, by the way. Right. That's just how much memory he had.
Okay. You can get rid of Gobamon as well, right?
No. You have to put all 4 of your 4.
Oh,
your 3 and
yeah.
4s.
4, 8, 12. Yeah. So you can't use them. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
It's actually a really important distinction, like mechanically, how it works. The card would be so much better if that wasn't the thing. If it was like 4 every tamer in play, you have 4 times, 4,000 times the number of things in play to move wherever you want.
Yeah.
Completely different card. As we go into a Churimon again, security +2. Hammerspark gives the turn, but actually that's the perfect time to hit a Hammerspark.
Yeah.
Right?
Just
Leave
put
them
you
on 1.
Like,
Leave them
what
on
you can
1.
do, you can evolve, you can hardcast. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and also leaving them on 1 here. Like, you have game next turn. You go Rise Greymon, or you Shine Greymon for 2, and then you have 2 attacks to get the last security check and the game-winning check. So
yeah, but that Shikakumon basically just stopping Rookie Rush.
yeah, it's
Then it's
going
cracked.
like, go ahead and rush me. You can't attack.
Well, you can attack, you just can't do security damage.
Yeah, like you can attack and just go, I'll attack security for nothing.
Shikakumon is my favorite DNA Digivolution from Adventure 2. So
Okay,
sorry,
no, I'm okay with that. I'll allow that one because you had a caveat of it's your favorite DNA Digivolve, and I'm okay with the fact, like, that's allowable. It can't also be your favorite Digimon.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no mind. DNA Digivolution from her too. Yeah, it's because I mean, there's only 3, right? So take your pick.
Yeah, true. Okay.
Unless there's some miracle. Nah, I think this is game here.
I can't see how this isn't game here. You have enough memory to be safe around Hammersparks too. So, Shrimon goes in. You should technically swing Shuriman because
Yeah,
needs to
you
be
don't want to
protect-
just on the
Ye-
off chance it's a Puppetmon.
Yeah. And then
And then
okay,
boom.
and there it is. That is the series. That,
Looking for the Positron laser.
yeah, that was insane back and forth. But we have a winner, and his name is Aaron.
Aaron.
Uh,
Running Shine Greymon, shining victory there. Taking the 1.0 booster box from this Alone Collector Winner Box tournaments brought to you by the Digital Colosseum, with the top 4 being entered into their July 1K event, and of course, protecting our cards, keeping us safe and stored is, of course, Ultimate Guard. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, really interesting tournament to watch. It'll be interesting to see how things change tomorrow.
Yeah.
I expect people will see what people brought today and go, okay, well, are they going to be the same thing tomorrow? If so, should I change? There's kind of like a weird kind of like metagaming thing you'll have to do there. But really interesting tournament. Seeing Shine do what Shine does so effectively is one thing. Seeing it come back in situations where it just goes Shakumamon, that's the game. Like that is that's deck building, and that's something that the Digimon TCG does, I think, kind of nicely. There are lots of very good tech cards that one-off copies can completely swing matchups. Like we saw it in 1.0 with Volk, right? If you were worried about Rookie Rush, you just threw a Volk into your deck.
Yeah. And
Now,
poof,
now
goes
you have now you have Puppetmons, you have Volks, you have the Shakumamons. We had all sorts.
Seedramon. I like Seedramon a lot.
Yeah, there's been so many of these now, and just seeing the value of it in there, right? You have 50 deck slots. That's actually surprisingly like hard to fill with good things because we're still a fairly low card pool. So you are more free to tech, and that's what we see here. And your choice of techs can completely change how matchups go. So congratulations to Aaron there.
Yeah. And yeah, I think that's all we got for today, folks.
Yeah, it is indeed.
We are back tomorrow, so please do leave a like on this stream and, of course, subscribe and come back tomorrow for the stream. Me and Connor will be there
We will.
with our glorious commentary and faces, potentially wearing the same thing, potentially not. Who knows? Maybe we're in an alternate timeline. Am I wearing Greymon? Who knows? Find out tomorrow. Connor, any final things you want to say to the lovely folks at home?
Yeah, so this is the bit where I get to plug myself a little bit. All right, that's the bit. So people watching may possibly recognize me as a caster for the Pokemon TCG over at Limitless TCG. So go give that Twitter thing a follow. Don't bother following me on Twitter. I don't tweet. You might as well go follow the main page. If you're interested in the Pokemon TCG, we are the premier competitive source for everything. We do tournaments, we do deck list coverage. Like basically, we're a one-stop shop at this point. So go check out limitless@tcg.com if you want to check out Pokemon. But Scott, what about you?
Oh my god, don't ask me that. I'm such a mess. I am, of course, the Guildmaster over at London Players Guild. And in about an hour's time, I'm going to be opening an entire case of the newest set of Dragon Ball. So if you want to come along and watch that and watch me lose my mind if I don't pull a secret rare again, and watch a grown man cry over not pulling his secret rares, then yeah, come and do that. But we're almost 1,000 subscribers now. I was going to say 900, and we are giving away 2 secret rares for Dragon Ball. So just come on over and get some free stuff. Everyone likes free stuff. Like, look at this tournament. This is proof.
Yep.
Here in the UK, we give good. Here in the UK, we give away good stuff.
We do indeed. So thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. There will be another tournament tomorrow for 1.5. Don't forget to sign up if you haven't done so already. And we will be bringing you coverage for that event tomorrow. So hit subscribe so that you get told when we're live. And we will see you then.